Councillors, please stand. Almighty God, we, the representatives of the citizens of the City of Brisbane, are assembled here to strive and care for the welfare of our city and all its people. Lord, we ask that you guide us in the decisions we make today. Amen. We acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet and pay our respect to elders past and present. Please be seated. I declare the meeting open. Are there any apologies? Councillor Landers.
Mr Chair, I advise that Councillor Owen will be absent today and I move that she be granted a leave of absence from the meeting.
May I have a seconder, please? It's been moved by Councillor Landers, seconded by Councillor Hutton, that Councillor Owen be granted a leave of absence from today's meeting. All those in favour say aye. Raise your hand. Thank you. And all those against say no and raise your hand. The ayes have it. Any other apologies? Thank you. Confirmation of minutes, please. Councillor Landers.
Mr Chair, I move that the minutes of the 4,627th meeting held on Tuesday, 25th of August 2020 be received, taken as read and confirmed.
It's been moved by Councillor Landers, seconded by Councillor Hutton, that the minutes of the 4,627th meeting of Council held on the 25th of August 2020 be received, taken as read and confirmed. All those in favour say aye and raise your hand. And all those against say no and raise your hand. The ayes have it. Councillors, I draw to your attention the agenda item question time. Are there any questions of the Lord Mayor or Chair of any of the standing committees? Councillor Mackay.
Thank you, Chair. My question is to the Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, Civic Cabinet yesterday ticked off on a new incentive for green and energy efficient buildings being built in Brisbane. Can you outline for the Chamber what this incentive will mean for our clean and green city with a growing population?
Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Chair, and through you, thank you to Councillor Mackay for the question. I flagged this incentive policy in the budget in recent times, and this incentive policy is about supporting our building and construction industry and property industry, which is in fact the largest employer of people in our city. Now, we know that at the moment, jobs are a critical focus for all levels of government. We know that employment, jobs, economic activity and support for local business is more important than ever. And this incentive policy is very clearly targeted at helping our building and construction industry and the property industry and all those people employed in it, but also encouraging sustainable, high quality, green building development, which is, I think, a really important thing. This is not about a blanket incentive across the entire industry, but a very targeted one to make sure that we get a sustainable, clean, green outcome while also supporting the jobs in the industry. Now, the property industry in Brisbane is estimated to employ 117,000 people. And that's almost 16% of all jobs in the Brisbane local government area. Now, the property industry I mentioned was the largest employer in the Brisbane local government area, larger, would you believe, than the healthcare sector. So healthcare and social assistance is second, and larger than the public service. Now, we know that George Street and William Street has been working hard to put on more and more public servants, but the property industry is the largest employer and one that is worthy of support. Why? Because it is not about the companies that are involved in the property and building construction industry. It's about those employed and about the homes that are created, the business spaces that are created. It's about the tradies, and there's around 60,000 tradies employed in Brisbane whose jobs are directly linked to the building and construction industry and the property industry. But moving on to this specific incentive, as I said, it's been targeted clearly to support high quality, sustainable green building development. And I think that is a really important thing because as we have a look at the growth of our city, we know that the further support of urban sprawl is not an environmentally sensitive way of building, and that urban consolidation and the building around transport nodes is a more sustainable way of doing things. But we're taking that sustainability to the next level by supporting the cleanest and greenest and most sustainable developments through this incentive, which will see buildings that achieve a 5-star green rating certified from the Green Building Council of Australia, or a 6-leaf certified rating from the Urban Development Institute of Australia Environmental Development Rating Tool. Also, that will see buildings that are compliant with the criteria and sub-elements of the New World City Design Guide, buildings that breathe, and also buildings that achieve carbon neutrality and are certified as such, buildings that achieve a minimum green plot ratio, and where a sufficient level of compliance has been achieved. A combination of all of the above factors may also be considered. So this is targeted at those sustainability initiatives which help support a more livable city, help support high quality building and construction in our city, and is inspired by places like Singapore that have really been leaders in green buildings, sustainable buildings, and creating a livable city that takes advantage of their tropical climate. Now, we have a subtropical climate, so I think it's a fantastic opportunity to take advantage of that climate and have buildings that are sustainable, buildings that breathe, buildings that have cross ventilation and airflow, buildings that don't require air conditioning to be on 24/7, but take advantage of the great natural environment that we have, buildings that have greenery, not only at the ground level and the interaction with the street, but also in the building, on the building, buildings that have space for the residents to enjoy on the rooftop, and buildings that use sustainability measures when it comes to energy efficiency, water efficiency, and a whole range of other measures.
Further questions, Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. My question is to the Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, the state government has just released its Southeast Queensland Koala Conservation Strategy 2020 to 2025, which identifies the land at 415 to 427 Beckett Road, Brisbane Downs, as significant koala habitat. Brisbane residents agree. Thousands are loudly and clearly saying they want this bushland saved for koala habitat. 11,000 people have signed petitions calling for this land to be saved from development and protected as koala habitat. Some residents feel so strongly about this, they have also written letters and sent them around their neighbourhoods off their own back, leaving it to a secretly negotiated outcome between council and the developer behind closed doors won't protect this important koala habitat. Leaving the fate of this important habitat up to a court battle is downright irresponsible, and it risks the lives of Brisbane's precious wildlife. You know the only definitive way is to save this habitat is for council to buy this land. Any development on this land will disrupt koala habitat and ultimately lead to the death of endangered wildlife. Lord Mayor, will you end playing your political blame game and agree to do the right thing and buy this land of Brisbane Downs and save this important koala habitat?
Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Councillor Cassidy, whoever wrote that question for you, and I assume it was someone up at William Street involved in the state election campaign, it completely glosses over some important points here, because the last time I heard about the state government's koala strategy, the state government exempted themselves from that koala strategy. They exempted priority development areas. They exempted their own major projects like the Gateway upgrade. So basically, this strategy is about ticking a box to be seen to be doing something, yet not actually doing anything themselves at the state government level to support koalas. So putting out a few maps will not save koalas. Practicing what you preach will help save koalas. Now, the state has had multiple opportunities to practice what they preach, and they have failed time and time again. Yesterday, I was up at Castledine, where I saw state government project bulldozing koala habitat, bulldozing important habitat trees, gum trees, to build townhouses, which will be sold by the state government at a profit. This is the state government's record.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order to Councillor Cassidy.
Yeah, just on relevance, Chair, this question was specifically about 415 to 427 Beckett Road, Brisbane Downs.
No, it was about the state government's koala mapping. It's totally relevant.
No interjections.
God.
Wow.
No.
I'll let you deal with that, Chair.
On this, there's a point of order on relevance. My view is that the question was substantially about the koala report that's been released by the state government, and therefore the Lord Mayor's answer is relevant. Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Also, when it comes to the relevant actions to this particular property, the state government had the opportunity to call it in. They had the opportunity to call this development application in if they had concerns about it. And Councillor Cassidy, Mr. Chair, was suggesting that the state government's planning legislation and the State Planning and Environment Court process is not an appropriate process. Like he claimed that, Mr. Chair, that that process was somehow secretive, wasn't up to scratch, and wouldn't achieve a good outcome.
You'll roll over in the court. We know you always do.
Lord Mayor.
Thank you. This is the legislative process and framework set by the state government. Yet we've heard from Councillor Cassidy that he completely doesn't trust that process. Now, I can understand why he wouldn't trust the state government process, because they have a record of saying one thing and doing another. They have a record of saying that they're for saving koala, but then bulldozing koala bushland or trying to sell it off for development. They have this clear record. Our record, on the other hand, Mr. Chair, is very clear. We invest in
pork barreling LMP
program and blocks of land that actually have had koalas on them. Labor opposes the purchase of those blocks of land that have koalas on them. Yet when a state election campaign comes up,
Lord Mayor, you're even smiling.
Come on.
Lord Mayor, please stop. Councillors, I appreciate that sometimes this topic gets people a bit enthusiastic, but can I please ask that the answer be heard in silence? The Lord Mayor.
You will not find a Lord Mayor or a mayor anywhere that loves koalas more than me. And you know what? Even when they pee on me, I still love them. I've been peed on by koalas a lot, and I love those things. I love them in my local area. I love them across Brisbane. And that's why I'm doing everything possible to invest in real initiatives that protect and save koalas. Like the research, 1.1 million we're investing with universities to do real koala research, to track koala movement in Brisbane so that we can better protect them. And we've got a very proud record of protecting koala habitat with 750 plus hectares saved in the past 4 years.
Point of order to you, Councillor Cassidy.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just on relevance, the question was about purchasing 415 to 427 Beckett Road, Brisbane Downs, and whether the Lord Mayor will purchase this land or not. He hasn't addressed that yet, and I think his time's running out.
There's quite a bit of time left, but also your question took more than a minute to ask and had a number of elements, one of which is being addressed by the Lord Mayor.
And to be very clear here, with this particular application, Councillor Cassidy seems to forget the critical bit of information, which is Council refused the application. Council didn't support the application. Council didn't approve the application. Council refused the application. It has now gone into the state's Planning and Environment Court process, which Councillor Cassidy says he doesn't trust to get a good outcome. Well, look, that's not a matter for me. We did the right thing. The state government has squibbed it at every opportunity. We know that they could have
got to defend the refusal.
We know they could have, and we will be absolutely defending our decision. We will absolutely be defending our decision because it's the right decision. It was the right decision, Mr. Chair. We stick by it. But the wrong decision, Councillor Cassidy, through you, Mr. Chair, is to play politics with this issue. The wrong decision is to only like koalas when you can see a political advantage in it for yourself. We have invested in koala protection and koala habitat and koala research. We have purchased at-risk bushland. And more importantly, we have a record of refusing development applications that are inappropriate in koala bushland areas. And that is in stark contrast to the State Labor Party's record of selling off bushland and developing it for profit.
Lord Mayor, your time has expired. Are there any further questions? Councillor Huang.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is to the Chair of the Finance and Administration Committee, Councillor Allen. Councillor Allen, last week, the lawmaker gave us an overview of the projects put forward for local road and community infrastructure grants, and the federal government has now given their approval. Can you outline which projects were successful in receiving fundings?
Councillor McLaughlin. What?
Councillor Allen.
No, excuse me, Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Councillor Huang, for the question. It remains apparent that COVID-19 has dealt some hard blows to the entire nation and our city, with the full extent yet to be revealed, with a high level of uncertainty as we move forward. As local councillors, we are at the coalface in our communities and see the hardship on the ground at a human level. As the Lord Mayor said last week, funding from the Local Roads and Community Infrastructure Grant, which we applied for, will assist Council to provide support to our communities who are trying to manage the economic impacts of COVID-19. These grants will allow Council to bring forward projects to support local economic activity, stimulus during a testing time. The targeted strategic investment to ensure financial and project support provides benefit where and when it's needed. It's about jobs and it's about local supplier opportunities. I'm pleased to stand before the Chamber, albeit virtually, to inform you that Council has been successful for $11.7 million in funding. This money will be invested directly into local projects across the city where it's most needed. As the Chair of the Economic Recovery Task Force, I can assure you the Council is energetic and seeking equitable funding for Brisbane when it comes to grants. And we've been chasing both federal and state grants to date, and I'm delighted with the outcome in this particular instance. We know that Brisbane is hurting during this period of economic contraction, and we will make every effort to seek funds to invest in Brisbane jobs and businesses. So to the projects that have been supported through this generous Commonwealth assistance, I will go through the list. I won't touch on each item to any great extent, but it'll give you some good context as to the types of projects that will be funded, and certainly they're reflected across the city. So in the first instance, there's funding for sports field lighting, for audits and rectification works at 60 sports fields. There's the City Botanic Gardens water efficiency project. There's painting and redecoration of community assets, including libraries. There's roof repairs at the heritage listed Summit restaurant building. The naval stores will undergo some painting and maintenance work. Pile moorings maintenance will occur in Breakfast Creek. Painting and maintenance of public amenities and display areas at Council's environment centres will be undertaken. There'll be some asbestos removal from Council facilities. Paved surface and performance stage repairs in the Queen Street Mall. There'll be repair and maintenance works on a community facility at Jean Howie Drive, Morningside. There'll be replacement of cracked and subsiding hard court playing surface at the Salisbury Recreation Reserve. There'll be repair of termite damaged, improved accessibility for people with disability, and upgrading essential services at Patterson Parade, Progress Park, Northgate. There will be repair of council community facilities at Kitchener Road, Ascot. There will be replacement of non-compliant fencing around the community facility at Lang Street, Cannon Hill to meet current Australian standards. There'll be a completion of roof repairs, pest, electrical and plumbing repairs at community facility in Carina Heights. There'll be a replacement of the fire hydrant at the Carindale PCYC. There'll be repairs of the Women's Community Aid Association at Heath Park, East Brisbane, and replacement of roof, security system and air conditioning services at a community facility in Jenner Street, Nunda. And additionally, there'll be track upgrades to address safety and amenity at Tinchy Tamba, Milne Hill and Toohey Forest Conservation Reserve. So there's quite a diverse list of projects there. As you'll note, They're occurring right across the city, and I thank the federal government for their support in this regard, and certainly bringing forward those projects and getting some activity in our local business community is definitely something that will be well received. So in finalising, I'd just say thank you very much to the federal government again for the funding, a great suite of projects there. And one thing I would say about all of these projects, notwithstanding they are quite diverse, is they all need doing, and it'll be terrific just to see those projects completed in this financial year. Thank you.
Further questions?
Yes, sir.
Sorry, did you
Hello.
say me?
Yeah. Councillor Johnson.
Yeah. Okay, I'm having trouble hearing you. My question is to the Lord Mayor. What investigation has Council undertaken into the recent cycling death at the corner of Faze Street and Kadumba Street, Yeronga? And what action will be undertaken to make the intersection safer now someone has unnecessarily died?
The Lord Mayor.
Thank you for the question through you, Mr. Chair. Any death on the roads, whether it's a cyclist, a pedestrian or a motorist, is a tragedy and an unnecessary and a preventable death. And it's something that we always take seriously, as do other levels of government. Now, in terms of investigations that are underway, I have to take that question on notice to provide some further information. But I know that in these sort of situations, there is often a coroner's report that is introduced. And that process obviously is something that we give a high level of regard and respect to. You would be aware that in the several tragic deaths that have occurred on Annerley Road or near Annerley Road, we have implemented significant safety improvements as part of the Woolloongabba Bikeway project. And that process will be ongoing, and we always take on board and act on the advice of professionals and experts when it comes to safety improvements that can be made, and we will continue to do so. But in terms of this specific tragedy, I will take that question on notice, Councillor Johnston, through you, Mr. Chair, and provide you some further advice and information on that one.
Further questions? Councillor Adaman.
Thank you, Chair. My question is to the Chair of the Public and Active Transport Committee, Councillor Murphy. Councillor Murphy, Council's Brisbane Metro has reached another milestone with the tender for the Rochedale Depot now released. Can you please update the Chamber on the tender process for this crucial part of the Brisbane Metro project?
Councillor Murphy.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair, and thank you to Councillor Adaman for the question. On Friday, Council reached another milestone for Brisbane Metro, which is now in the final phase of procurement with the release of the tender for the design and construction of the depot site at Rochedale. We'll now invite the shortlisted tenderers to bid for the opportunity to design and construct a depot unlike any other depot in the country. Approximately 10 hectares in size, the depot will certainly be one of the biggest in the country, but importantly, it will house the most advanced technology due to not only the Metro vehicles themselves, but also the combination of high and low voltage charging infrastructure will sit both beneath the ground and on the surface. The new depot will be constructed at School Road in Rochedale in Councillor Huang's ward and will provide 2 access points to the Southeast Busway, which is adjacent to the site. The depot will achieve a 5-star Green Star rating. Green Star is, as we know, a comprehensive voluntary environmental rating system which assesses the sustainability attributes of a project through a range of impact categories. The construction of the depot will mean the excavation of 200,000 cubic metres of rock and soil, which is a very significant engineering feat in and of itself. In March last year, Council acquired 4 private properties from 71 to 95 School Road required for the depot site. And then in December last year, we took possession of those 4 properties in preparation for site clearing and demolition works, which started earlier this year. Council also acquired a 5th property at 41 School Road and has applied under the State Government's Land Acquisition Act to compulsorily acquire 3 additional properties at 37, 47 and 59 School Road. This acquisition process is now in its final stage and I anticipate it will be completed by the end of this year. With the purchase of this additional depot land, Council has adopted a proactive approach to ensure that as metro services increase to meet demand and future stages of the project come online, that the depot is able to meet those requirements. So building for now and into the future. In June last year, following an expression of interest process, Council officers shortlisted the respondents down to 4, with all 4 contenders having a local presence and all very keen to work on this unique transport project. The 4 respondents, in no particular order, are Adco Constructions, Broad Constructions, Decimal B&D Constructions Joint Venture and Hanson Yuncken. Works for Brisbane Metro, including the new depot, together with delivery of major infrastructure works, will inject 2,600 jobs and supplier opportunities for our local economy at a time when our city desperately needs it. The new Metro depot is expected to be completed by 2023 in time for the commencement of full rate delivery of the Metro vehicle fleet. The depot will provide stabling of Metro vehicles, trickle charging infrastructure, maintenance and washdown facilities, office space and training spaces, and staff amenities, including on-site parking. I'm pleased to be able to provide this update to you, Councillor Adderman, through you, Chair, and about the critical milestone that's now been reached with release of the tender for design and construction contract. This milestone is on the back of milestones that our project has already achieved. In December last year, Council awarded the contract to build the fleet of Metro vehicles to Hess with local company Volgren to fit out the vehicles. In December last year, Council started the early works for the new depot at Rochedale. In February this year, Council began early works in South Brisbane in readiness for changes to the traffic network and main construction works, including the closure of Victoria Bridge to general traffic. In May this year, Council announced the preferred tenderer for the collaborative partnership, shortlisting Brisbane Move, the partnership between Arup and Acciona that will deliver the major infrastructure works, including more than 1.7 kilometres of public realm between Edward Street through to the Cultural Centre precinct, the Adelaide Street Tunnel and Victoria Bridge conversion to a green bridge. Looking forward next year, we anticipate the pilot Metro vehicle will be here for testing, and then in 2023, Metro vehicles will begin operation on the busway. It's a very exciting time for public transport watchers. Together with the delivery of other major infrastructure works like Adelaide Street Tunnel and the new Cultural Centre station, Brisbane Metro will deliver the biggest investment into the state's busway system in decades. The busway is a system that was once a world beater, but desperately needs this project now to get ahead of the game. Although this should be a state government priority, this Lord Mayor and this council has stepped up to the plate once again. This administration's investment in Metro will transform this ageing public transport asset by providing a turn-up-and-go experience for commuters, one that will make Brisbane stand out as a public transport world leader once again. Thank you very much, Chair.
Further questions?
Yes.
Griffiths?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is to the Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, it's come to my attention that funding for Council's Bushland Preservation Fund has all but dried up. As we know, this administration has wasted much of this money buying land that has no ecological significance, and that has been at the expense of genuine habitat being purchased. A key example is now, and it's how your council and you are refusing to buy the land at 415 to 427 Beckett Road, Bridgman Downs, despite it being a critical piece of koala habitat and a vital link in the mountains to Mangroves Wildlife Corridor. Lord Mayor, you know last year we wasted $6.2 million of bushland funds on buying 3 cleared house blocks in Macrovat East, which had no koala habitat on it at all. When I talk to ratepayers, they say they are angry about this misuse of their money and believe that it should be put into the protection of our wildlife, not wasted. Lord Mayor, will you call in the Queensland Audit Office to investigate how your administration has spent the Bushland Preservation Levy to sort this mess out?
Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Councillor Griffiths, through you, Mr. Chair, another great question from the Labor campaign headquarters, written for you. Good job reading that out, Councillor Griffiths. What I can say is that the funding for the bushland acquisition program hasn't dried up at all. And in fact, it remains the bushland preservation levy that we collect from the ratepayers of Brisbane to invest in our bushland and environmental restoration work continues on, and the level of funding being invested in those programs continues to be at record highs. But what I can say is that Councillor Griffiths seems to be unaware of exactly what we committed to do with the bushland acquisition program. We committed to an accelerated program in the past 4 years up until the 30th of June, whereby we would accelerate the acquisition of 10 years worth of bushland into 4 years. Now, we did that. We promised we would acquire at least 750 hectares of bushland.
That doesn't count.
And we exceeded that target. So we fast-tracked the acquisition of that land, and we absolutely delivered on that. And so there are years worth of acquisitions that we have already completed through that program. Under a normal circumstance, this program would go on for another 10 years at lower levels. We fast-tracked it. We increased the funding, but that was completed as we promised, and we delivered, in fact, more hectares of land than we committed to doing.
Yeah. The question is pretty clear. Does the Lord Mayor agree with it being audited so that we can actually get to the bottom of how this money is being spent by the Queensland Audit Office?
Thank you. I believe that the Lord Mayor was addressing the question, and there was quite a bit to it as well. Whilst that was part of the question, your question also did go for longer than a minute with many elements. The Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If you look at the fundamental basis of this question, and I want to get to the fundamental basis of it, Labor councillors seem to think that they can pick and choose blocks of land to buy through urgency motions or through questions in council. I don't know what the process is there, and I can tell you that the Audit Office certainly wouldn't approve of purchases that were made by urgency motions in council, because what is the due process there? What is
That's right. That's the question.
Labor councillors come up with a thought bubble where they suddenly decide a block is worthy of purchase or not based on purely political reasons, because we know that's the only way that you think, Mr. Chair. And there is no process for Labor's putting forward of blocks to purchase, yet they somehow have a problem with the process. What I can say is that not $1 of investment in bushland acquisition I regret. Not $1 I think has been wasted. Every dollar is supporting the aims of our biodiversity and habitat protection and restoration. And every dollar is about making sure we protect our wildlife and koalas. And that includes purchasing land that needs to be restored. Absolutely. There's been plenty of cases of where we've purchased land for restoration. And that's absolutely an accepted practice right across the country. Yet Labor councillors want to play politics with this matter. But what I can say is this, Councillor Griffiths, the Queensland Audit Office audits us every year, and they will do so going forward. And in fact, we'll be submitting our latest report to them for auditing. So it's absolutely appropriate. But the process that we use for acquiring blocks of land through the bushland acquisition process program is one that is certainly far more rigorous than what we see from Labor, where they purely put up urgency motions or questions in council and think we should make a decision based on their political judgment. That is not the way we work. We buy land that is part of a koala corridor. We buy land where there is real and clear evidence of koala and heavy wildlife activity. And we buy land, in some cases, that needs to be restored. Why? Because it's part of a corridor. Now, the corridor in my part of Brisbane and in Councillor Adams' part of Brisbane and in Councillor Murphy's part of Brisbane that we're talking about here is the koala hotspot for the eastern suburbs of Brisbane, and in fact, probably the biggest koala hotspot in the whole of Brisbane. Yet Labor councillors have opposed the acquisition of land in this area. And I think it's really disappointing, where residents time after time claim to have koalas in their backyards, travelling through local suburbs, yet according to Labor councillors, no, we shouldn't do anything about that. We shouldn't buy land for restoration in those areas.
Your time has expired. Are there any further
Point of order. Point of order, Chair.
Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks, Chair. I'd just like to move suspension of standing orders to enable me to move the following urgency motion: that Council requests an independent investigation be conducted by the Queensland Audit Office into this administration's spending of the Bushland Preservation Levy.
Seconded.
I have a motion moved by Councillor Cassidy, seconded by Councillor Griffiths. I trust that's been circulated to the CCLO to be circulated to all councillors.
It's just gone to them, Chair. Thanks very much.
Circulated to all councillors. Councillor Cassidy, you have 3 minutes. Please limit your comments to urgency. Councillor Cassidy.
Thank you, Chair. And I think this is important to deal with now and for us to have a broader discussion as Council immediately, because the Lord Mayor just intimated to Council that the Bushland Preservation Levy and the Bushland Preservation Fund and what is collected and what is spent is audited regularly by the Queensland Audit Office. And I don't believe that for 1 second. This is extremely urgent because we have before us at the moment a piece of land that needs to be bought and needs to be protected for future generations of residents, not just on the north side, but all of Brisbane. This is known koala habitat that has been, as recently as last weekend, identified as key koala habitat. We know there's a huge range of wildlife on there and is under threat from development. This is extremely urgent that this happens now, and not just that this land is bought, Chair, but this fund is audited because information is coming to light from Council itself and revealed just a minute ago by Councillor Griffiths that this fund does appear to have run out of money. So the Lord Mayor is trying to, when this question comes up and up and up again by residents on the north side, why this land is not being bought, the Lord Mayor is saying one thing, but the real story is that this money is drying up, and we know it's drying up because $6.2 million of this fund was wasted on purchasing this land at Marrickville East, Chair, for political purposes. So we think it's really urgent that with this new information that has come to hand, Chair, that a proper and independent investigation is launched into the way in which this administration quite literally is wasting this money, wasting ratepayers' money. We know the acceleration program is a good thing, but only when genuine bushland is being bought. We've got genuine bushland here that needs to be protected that won't be, because this administration wasted $6.2 million at Marrickville East for political purposes. So questions need to be answered, Chair, and we think a proper independent investigation will reveal the answers to those questions. The administration cannot be trusted, Chair. They cannot be trusted, and an independent assessment should be made.
Point of order to you, Lord Mayor.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. I can confirm that the Queensland Audit Office conducted an audit of the acquisition of land in Carrara Street and found no concerns with that.
Lord Mayor, that's
not a point of order, Mr. Chairman.
No, thank you. Hang on, I understand how these things work. No, look, that's a matter of, not necessarily a point of order. That's a matter of substance that should be brought up in the debate if it does occur. Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. And that's a very interesting point the Lord Mayor makes. The Lord Mayor has provided some very specific information to the Queensland Audit Office about that land at Carrara Street, and is somehow claiming that the entire fund has been audited and the way in which this council is collecting money and spending it has been audited. That is simply false. And that's why we should get the Queensland Audit Office to investigate the Bushland Preservation Levy and the way that is being spent through the fund appropriately and independently. Thanks, Chair. And I'm sure all councillors will agree and we'll ask them to do it.
On the matter of urgency, all those in favour of urgency, please say aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. And those against, please say no and raise your hand.
No.
No.
Noes have it.
Division.
Being called by Councillor Cassidy.
Seconded.
Seconded by Councillor Griffiths. Please ring the bells.
Have the debate. Have some guts.
Councillors, all those in favour of urgency, please raise your hand and say aye and hold your hand within the screen so that it may be counted.
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Please lower your hands. And all those against, please say no. Raise your hand and hold it within the screen so that it may be counted.
No.
No.
Thank you. Please lower your hands. Clerks, please read the result when you're ready.
Mr. Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 7 in favour and 19 against.
Thank you. The noes have it. We will return to question time. Are there any further questions? Councillor Hutton.
My question is to the Chair of the Infrastructure Committee, Councillor McLaughlin. Councillor McLaughlin, during a time when it's never been more important to boost Brisbane's construction industry, can you please outline for the Chamber how Brisbane Infrastructure will be supporting locally based contractors through current upcoming projects?
Councillor McLaughlin.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you through you to Councillor Hutton for the question. Without a doubt, the months ahead of us will be a critical time for businesses across the city and the local construction industry. While the coronavirus pandemic has caused much disruption and provoked many changes in day-to-day life in Brisbane, we're determined to accelerate construction projects across the city and to keep building the infrastructure that will create a safer and more accessible city. Council has already made changes to support construction projects in Brisbane, such as relaxing heavy vehicle lockout periods in and around the CBD, adjusting construction hours and supporting contractors to implement flexible COVID-19 work plans to keep projects moving. It remains our focus to help local contractors make it through this challenging time. Utilising local businesses and contractors has always been a priority for Council's infrastructure projects. Recently, I received some data on contractor engagement in Program 2 for the 2019-2020 financial year. I was pleased to see, Mr. Chair, that 94% of the Brisbane Infrastructure Program's procurement spend for projects last financial year was with South East Queensland companies and contractors. 86% of this expenditure supported workers and jobs based here in Brisbane. This translated to a $258 million investment in Brisbane's construction industry and a further $24 million investment in the broader region. This investment supported over 850 jobs in Brisbane and almost 1,000 jobs in South East Queensland. These statistics, Mr. Chair, demonstrate Council's strong commitment to supporting local contractors and businesses. This is a key part of our procurement policy, and I'm sure will be more important than ever as we move through and beyond the pandemic period. Across the city, many projects are currently underway, offering employment opportunities for those in the business of construction. Some examples: Doval Constructions, a company with a strong local presence who employ Brisbane workers, have been engaged to undertake the intersection upgrades at Main Street and River Terrace, Kangaroo Point, and Montague Road and Victoria Street in West End. Over 80 workers will be completing these upgrades under Doval Constructions. Work has recently kicked off for the 3 pedestrian bridge upgrades in Ferny Grove, Chermside and Bridgeman Downs, all of which have appointed local companies for their construction, including Apoca Constructions and IDEX Solutions. The Beach Street pedestrian upgrade in Ferny Grove will provide jobs to 15 workers under Apoca. We have also recently appointed Ace Material Handling, a locally based company, to install gantry elements under the William Jolly Bridge to assist with future maintenance of that bridge. These are just a few examples of current upgrades, all employing a local workforce, and there's plenty of projects that are on the horizon. Mr Chair, in Program 2, the Better Roads for Brisbane suite of road upgrades will offer a wealth of opportunity for local contractors. This is a joint commitment between Council and the Australian Government to deliver key safety and congestion improvements at 8 sites across the city through the Urban Congestion Fund. The first project at Commercial Road and Doggett Street has recently been finished, but there are still a number of these projects that are gearing up to start soon. This means tender opportunities will be popping up very shortly for some major road upgrades, one of which is the Indooroopilly roundabout upgrade, which in fact is currently open for expressions of interest. As Councillor Allen highlighted earlier, we're fortunate to be receiving funding from other levels of government to fast-track projects and to generate jobs in Brisbane. This is putting more and more projects into the pipeline. Bikeway upgrades, the green bridges, intersection works, community facility improvements, park and reserve enhancements, footpath construction. These are all projects that will make Brisbane a better place in which to live, work and play, and will be delivered by the people of Brisbane who know our city best. Mr Chair, in my area, the Trade Coast Industrial Precinct has a significant construction company presence, and this is an issue to me locally of great importance and to my community. I hope the large suite of infrastructure projects on the horizon can offer those working in the industry a degree of relief and optimism. And I can say with assurance that Council will continue supporting local industries as best we can.
Further questions? Councillor Strunk.
Thank you, Chair. My question is to the Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, 12 months ago, a bus driver was robbed and threatened with a tomahawk in Forest Lake. Just recently, in the same location, another driver was threatened and robbed again, this time with a replica gun. Despite Labor's repeated raising concerns about bus driver safety, this LNP administration has done nothing effectively to reduce the assaults. In April this year, there were 39 physical and verbal attacks on bus drivers. In May, there were 50, and in June, there were 46. That's more than one per day on average, and this is unacceptable. Bus drivers should be completely removed from passengers and protected like our train drivers are. Lord Mayor, what are you doing about our bus drivers' safety, and why aren't you protecting them?
Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Chair. And through you, Councillor Strunk, I am so glad you raised this issue because I was thinking exactly the same thing as you when I read with concern about the young teenager that had threatened a council bus driver with a toy gun. This is outrageous kind of behaviour, and it just highlights why the state government needs to step up and introduce mandatory sentencing rather than a slap on the wrist for these kind of offenders. We have consistently asked for mandatory sentencing and protection for our bus drivers, and that has consistently been refused by the Labor state government. It's interesting. The Premier says she's keeping us safe by closing the borders, yet she won't keep our bus drivers safe by putting in mandatory sentencing and special protections on our bus drivers. Now, state government employees have the special protections.
Point of order to you, Councillor Strunk.
Mr. Chair, I asked the Lord Mayor what is he doing and his administration is doing.
Thank you. I believe the Lord Mayor is
absolutely nothing.
Lord Mayor.
Mr. Chair, I was answering that question, and I will continue advocating strongly for the state government to actually do what they should do what they do for their own state employees, and issue protection for our council bus operators. They have refused repeatedly to do even the most basic things. They have rejected our request to put on additional security senior network officers from TransLink. We have, and supported by the union, the RTBU, we have requested 50 additional state TransLink senior network security officers, and we have repeatedly made that request. There has been crickets from the state government, crickets, and that is a request that is supported by the RTBU and the drivers themselves. But the fascinating thing is those senior network officers I'm referring to have a special protection under state law. And so that if they are attacked or abused, there are strict and very strong responses through law that can be taken against people that abuse or attack state government employees. And so this exists for people like those senior network officers. This exists for police and emergency service workers, fire and ambulance services, yet they have refused to introduce the same level of protection for our bus operators. Now, it is quite clear, and particularly clear in recent times, that our bus operators are essential service workers because they are one of the few services that has continued to operate unchanged all the way through COVID. That, to me, says they are essential service workers and they deserve the same level of protection that state government employees have. And what more importantly needs to happen is that these offenders need to stop getting a slap on the wrist. They need to have the book thrown at them for this kind of outrageous behaviour. These people that do this to our bus operators often get off with no penalties whatsoever, with a warning, no penalties or a little slap on the wrist. And this needs to change. These kids,
stop blaming everyone else and do something, man.
And Councillor Strunk, you need to stop blaming this administration for the failings of the Labor state government, because we have been the best friend of our bus operators, the best friend of our staff. We have bent over backwards to make them safer and to put money into security and safety systems. Yet we've seen here Labor playing pathetic party politics. And guess what, Councillor Strunk, as a former electorate officer for Anastasia Palaszczuk, pick up the phone and ask her to act. That's what you should do, rather than playing pathetic political games with the safety of our bus drivers.
What an angry man. What an angry little man.
You, Councillor Cook.
Mr. Chair, the Lord Mayor has repeatedly used derogatory language towards fellow councillors and has not been pulled up once. Ask that he withdraw all of those comments referring to fellow councillors as pathetic.
Well, Councillor Cook, I heard you call the Lord Mayor pathetic in one of your interjections just now, and I would recommend that if you were to expect the standard of others, that you should behave that way yourself.
Point of order, Chair.
Thank you for your protection, Mr. Chair, that I'm at fault.
Point of order, Chair.
I still haven't concluded my earlier point of order. And I will once again reinforce that no councillor will reflect adversely on any other councillor or on any council employee. Point of order, Councillor Shree.
That's right. I was just raising concerns because I felt like your ruling on that previous point of order wasn't impartial at all, but I'm satisfied now.
Thank you. Point of order to Councillor Johnston.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to be clear then, because I've heard your ruling several times, but a few weeks ago, another councillor called me a derogatory word, and the deputy was chairing at the time. So I'd just like to be clear, if you call another councillor a bully, is that considered to be in breach of your ruling?
Well, I don't think it's acceptable to call people bullies. All right.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Adams.
I claim to be misrepresented on the fact that she claims to be called a bully, and that was not what happened.
Right.
And verbaling should not be allowed in the chamber.
Please, Deputy Mayor. All right. I have made a ruling regarding this. We will take no more points of order on this matter. We have business to attend to in this meeting. I've entered 4 points of order. There'll be no more. We will continue with the business of the day. The Lord Mayor.
I'm still confused as to whether bully is allowed or not.
Lord Mayor?
Depends who's chairing.
No interjections, please. The Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, your microphone is not on.
Yeah, leave it that way.
I've finished answering this question. Are you asking me to go to the NC report yet?
No, I haven't. There was still time left if you wish to use it on your response to that question. Right, that concludes question time. I'll now draw the Council's attention to the consideration of committee reports. The Establishment Coordination Committee report, please. The Lord Mayor.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order to you, Councillor Cassidy.
Yeah, I just want to seek some further information, but does the Lord Mayor need to move that report first?
You have to do it at the start if you have a question. There is a specific way to do this, and if you have a question, it must be done at the beginning, but I can't recall if it's before the speech.
No, yeah, I just mean whether the Lord Mayor needs to move the NC report.
He's got to move it first.
Yeah, right. That's fine.
If you have a question, I'll read it to you. 41.1, a councillor may, through the chairperson, request further information before or immediately after the motion or amendment. The Lord Mayor.
Mr. Chair, I move the report of the Establishment and Coordination Committee meeting held on Monday, 24th of August, 2020 be adopted.
Seconded.
It's been moved by the Lord Mayor, seconded by the Deputy Mayor. The report of the Establishment Coordination Committee meeting dated Monday, the 24th of August, 2020 be adopted. Is there any debate? The Lord Mayor.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order to you, Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks, Chair. I'm just seeking some further information on Clause C, the sale of land for overdue rates and charges 9 Leopard Street, Kangaroo Point. Usually councils are provided with a document which outlines further information. So I just wonder if the Lord Mayor can advise why this detailed report was not provided to councillors. When did this property first go, or this ratepayer first go into debt? What attempts have been made to recover the rates and charges that are owed? And why we weren't supplied with the usual details received regarding such sales for rates in arrears.
The Lord Mayor.
Point of order. Point of order.
You, Councillor Johnston.
Yes, I too am seeking further information with respect to the ENC report, in particular the first budget review item B, and specifically, I am seeking a list of the Community Facility Improvement Program projects that is in Schedule 5.5.1.1 in Attachment B. There is $850,000 in capital, and then also following years, changes to capital. And I'd like to know which projects are impacted by the first budget review allocation for the Community Facility Improvement Program.
The Lord Mayor.
Thank you. In relation to both of those questions, they weren't directed at a particular person. I know that the relevant chairs will be speaking in further detail on these and other matters, so I assume those questions will be answered through that process. The first thing I want to do...
Point of order to you, Councillor Johnston.
Yes, just to be clear, I am seeking the information from the Lord Mayor, but if he is going to be clear that it will be answered by somebody else, I would like him to be specific about that, please.
All right, I will take that. I'll accept it as a point of order, but it doesn't require a response. The Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Before I go on to other matters, I wanted to address Labor councillors' disgraceful political and really cynical behaviour in this meeting. Like, I've come to expect nothing much from them when it comes to...
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Point of order to you, Councillor Johnston.
Just to be clear, Mr. Chairman, I just refer you to 41 of Meetings Local Law. It does require the speaking councillor, i.e. the Lord Mayor, to either answer the question or refuse to answer the question, or presumably he can refer it to somebody else to answer. Now, I have taken this matter up with the OIA because the Lord Mayor has repeatedly not come back to me when I ask questions under this subsection. So I would like to be clear if the Lord Mayor is not going to answer, whether he is refusing to do so, or if he's deferring that answer to somebody else to answer, and who that will be.
No, that's no. I think I don't agree with your interpretation. I don't agree with your interpretation of that rule.
So, Mr. Chairman, I've got written advice from the OIA that that is what is supposed to occur, and I understand that advice has also been provided to the Lord Mayor. I might not necessarily agree with it either, but this is what I've been told should happen under our rules of procedure.
All right. I have not been provided that information. I can only make assessments of what is in front of me, and at this point, I will ask the Lord Mayor to continue.
Thank you. Just by way of clarification.
Sorry, point of order. Just to be clear then, is the Lord Mayor going to answer the question? Is he refusing to answer the question, or is he deferring it to somebody else to answer? And if so, whom?
All right. I'll have to take.
Mr. Chair, I can add some light on this.
To deal with this, I will reflect upon this. I will seek further advice, and will continue the business of the meeting. Lord Mayor.
Thank you. I was being very clear in my response. The relevant chair will be speaking on these, and they will be providing further information. Councillors have a right to ask questions in question time. They have a right to ask for clarification. They have a right to ask any speaker if they will answer a question. But that councillor also has a right to say whether they want to interrupt the flow of proceedings and answer that question or not. What I'm saying is that the relevant chair will answer those questions and provide further information. Just moving on. What we have seen today just really exposes Labor councillors for what they really stand for, which is cynical party politics, doing anything and saying anything to support their state Labor colleagues, to cover up the failures of the state Labor government, and to go into bat for the Labor Party rather than the people of Brisbane. We saw this with the disgraceful approach when it comes to bus driver safety. As I said, this administration has been the best friend of our bus operators. This administration has done more than any other bus company and done more than any other administration to improve a bus operator and passenger safety. And yet the state government hasn't even done basic things yet. Councillor Strunk asks a question which is clearly politically motivated and not really in the interests of the bus operators themselves. The best thing that we can do is have these kids who are threatening and abusing and attacking our bus drivers have some consequences for their actions. Because at the moment, for many of them, there are absolutely no consequences. That is a big part of the problem here. And we know that time and time again, people that abuse or attack bus drivers are getting let off with little or no consequences.
Are you hearing this?
Please proceed.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Point of order to you, Councillor Strunk.
Yes, Mr. Chair, on the 6th of June, you made a ruling about councillors attacking other councillors directly, not through you, and the Lord Mayor has just done it again.
Look, I didn't hear it, but I will insist again that all comments must be made to me and through me. And please reflect on all other councillors by their titles and in the second or third person. Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And it doesn't change the fact that Labor is interested in protecting the Labor Party and not interested in protecting drivers, because their actions do not show any real evidence that they're interested in protecting drivers. They are interested in scoring cheap political points. They are interested in protecting their state Labor colleagues, but they're not, from what I can see, interested in genuinely protecting drivers from people that would perpetuate violence against them. The record of this administration when it comes to bus driver safety is very clear. We have had report after report and implemented a whole range of new safety measures, anything from the basics of putting CCTV in all of the buses to having anti-shatter film to introducing driver protection barriers, which are approved by the state government, mind you, yet attacked by Labor councillors for being inadequate, yet the state government thinks that they're appropriate. And the list could go on of all of the things that we continue to do to support our bus operators. And it is disgraceful that Labor councillors keep attempting to play politics with this serious safety issue. Our bus drivers are essential workers and they deserve the same protection as state essential workers. It's as simple as that. That is not an unreasonable request. That is not a political request. And that is a request that I would make regardless of who is in office in George Street. If it was an LNP government, I would make the same request. But I can tell you, I know that an LNP government wouldn't squib their opportunity and responsibility to toughen up sentences on matters like this. I know that that wouldn't be the case, yet we've seen no action taken to protect those essential bus operators who do such a fantastic job and provide a fantastic service to our community. When it comes to the other issue that Labor raised in question time, once again, the level of hypocrisy is incredible. Now, we heard, Mr. Chair, Councillor Griffiths asking whether there would be an office of the auditor or an audit office assessment of Council's bushland acquisition program. Well, it's funny that Councillor Griffiths would ask that question because I have right in front of me here an article from the Courier Mail, which is dated 18th
He actually
of June
believes that
last
locking up
year.
children is an effective solution.
Councillor Sri, please, if you're going to have conversations with third parties, please keep your microphone off. The Lord Mayor.
Thank you. We have an article in front of us from the 18th of June last year, which said that Councillor Griffiths would be referring our bushland acquisition program to the Office of the Auditor General. So what happened to that? Was that just an empty promise? Did you actually do that, Councillor Griffiths? If so, what was the outcome of that request? Did you or didn't you refer it to the Auditor General? If you did, then what was the outcome? Why haven't you released that? I'd be interested.
Lord Mayor, I must insist you refer to councillors by the third person, please.
Yes, Councillor Griffiths, Mr.
Absolutely.
Chair.
We have one rule for the Lord Mayor and one rule for everyone else.
Please, please allow the speaker to be heard in silence.
Councillor Griffiths had the responsibility, if he has information that is relevant to the decision-making process, to release that, Mr. Chair. And I would call on him to do so. Otherwise, if he didn't, in fact, refer this to the Auditor General, then all we are seeing is political grandstanding. He did it last year, Mr. Chair. He appears to be doing it again. They are trying to create this perception that there's some kind of issue with the bushland acquisition program.
There is.
The only purchase that they seem to have again and again raised concerns with was already investigated by the Auditor General's office. That was the Carrara Street purchase. And guess what? Nothing came out of it. Nothing came out of it because it was an appropriate purchase to protect land on an essential koala corridor. But you will never hear that through.
It was cleared land.
No objections, please. Allow the speaker to be heard in silence. The Lord Mayor.
You'll never hear that fact repeated by Labor because it doesn't suit their political narrative, Mr. Chair. And so we hear grandstanding from Labor councillors. They claim to have referred this matter to the Auditor General last year, yet they need to fess up whether they did that or whether they were just grandstanding at the time. And if they did that, well, then release the outcome of that request that they made. Release it so that we can all see. Because you know what? If there are Auditor General recommendations, I will absolutely take them seriously. But that can't be the case if you don't release the report, Mr. Chair. I'd like to actually see this report if it exists. And if there's recommendations there, by all means. The Bushland Acquisition Program is a fantastic program, but I want to make it even better if there's a way that we can make it better through any recommendations from someone like the Auditor General. But you can't do that when there's a secret report floating around, Mr. Chair, and that's what appears to be the case. Maybe it is that the Auditor General, once again, found no concerns, which is why Labor councillors like to talk about it, but not actually provide the report. I don't know. I can only speculate in the absence of information, but I can tell you that if there was a report floating around, I would really like to see that. And if there were actions to be taken, I would really like to take appropriate actions. But moving on, we have a number of important items on the agenda before us. We have in front of us the E&C submission on bus disinfecting and sanitising services. This has obviously come through before a number of times, the continuation of existing arrangements and the providers of that arrangement. So I won't dwell on that for a long time. But I did want to cover the first budget review and also item C, which is the potential sale of land at 9 Leopard Street, Kangaroo Point. So first onto that one, onto item C. This has been a very high profile and complex matter, which has a range of different facets. Now, this particular property, I will point out on the record, is protected not only as a state heritage place, but it also protected through a temporary local planning instrument that we introduced as a council, a TLPI, that prevents any other kind of development happening on that site. So under our TLPI, which has state approval, nothing else can happen on this site other than the restoration of the existing property. There can't be additional buildings built. There can be no redevelopment.
Move for extension.
Extension moved by the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Hutton. All those in favour, please say aye and raise your hands.
Aye.
Thank you. And those against, please say no, raise your hands. Thank you. The ayes have it. Please continue. 10 minutes.
Thank you. So as I was pointing out, this land cannot be developed. It has multiple levels of protection, but even on top of that, it can't be demolished either because the state government has stepped in and put a stop work order on any demolition works. So if you go past that site on any day now, there will be a notice attached to the fence. I've seen it myself, which said that no demolition work can occur. So to be clear, on this site, no development can occur other than the restoration of the property, and no demolition can occur. So obviously, it's been clearly stated that the end outcome that we all want to see here, and the council wants to see, is the restoration of this property, which is a fantastic heritage property in a very high profile location. But putting that issue aside, which relates to the current and potential future uses of the site, one issue that is real and outstanding is the issue of overdue rates on this property. Now, this issue has a long history and it's been publicly acknowledged that the property owner is in some financial difficulties. And there are also some personal circumstances which have rightly, and without going into personal circumstances which would be inappropriate in a public place, I am aware of those circumstances, and I'm aware that council has taken a very empathetic and understanding view, and that view has gone on for quite some time. But unfortunately, this situation now has to be resolved. It has to be resolved. Now, this block of land obviously is not a cheap block of land. Its location, its value is significant. And given the value of the land and the quarterly rates bill that is payable, the bill can mount up quite quickly on a block of land of this nature and this value. And that is exactly what has happened. Now, I've referred before that there's been certain extenuating personal circumstances which we've taken into account. And also I'm aware that the state government has their own processes underway relating to their own actions on this site, and that is a matter for them. But both the state government and council have been very careful to make sure that we take into account those extenuating and personal circumstances and show a level of consideration and support to an individual going through incredibly difficult personal circumstances, and that has occurred. But this matter does now need to be resolved. What this submission gives us the opportunity to do over the coming 3 months is for 3 months for this matter to be resolved. Otherwise, the property will be put to auction. And to be clear, what happens at that point? When the property, if the bill is not settled within those 3 months and the property is put to auction, when the property is put to auction, the process is that council will recover outstanding rates, liabilities, and the remaining funds from the sale of the property will go to the property owner. And so what will happen in this case is that council will recover that bill, but the owner will receive a significant financial windfall personally from this sale, which will go directly to them. That is the process. And that is the process for any property that is sold under these circumstances. But in the meantime, what we are talking about now is a 3-month period, effectively a 3-month notice period, that unless those outstanding rates accounts are not paid within the next 3 months, then council will put the property to auction to recover those overdue rates and to pay the remaining amount to the property owner.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order to you, Councillor Shree.
Will the Mayor take a question on this topic?
Lord Mayor, will you take a question?
Yes.
Please proceed, Councillor Shree.
Thanks, Chair. Through you to the Lord Mayor, I'm pleased to see that the administration is at least taking some measures regarding this property, because obviously I've been concerned about its neglect for a long time. Lord Mayor's previously made comments about council's interest in acquiring the site or putting money towards the site. Can the Mayor advise whether that's still the case? Is Brisbane City Council interested in bidding for this property at all?
The Lord Mayor.
Thank you for the question. Through you, Mr. Chair. Well, look, yeah, definitely I've been quite clear that my ideal scenario with this property would be for the council and the state government to put together a joint offer to purchase the property. And so we have been investigating that option with the state government, and just recently I met with Minister Enoch and also the local member for the area, Jackie Trad, to discuss options going forward. And that discussion, and based on legal advice both from council and from the state, is that the only way that that could occur is if certain circumstances were met. Firstly, both the council and the state would need to be on the table with funding towards that. But secondly, the purchase could not be a compulsory acquisition. It would have to be a purchase by agreement. And so councillors would be aware there are certain circumstances under which council or the state government can acquire land or resume land. It's often called resumption for public purposes such as projects, road upgrades, those sort of examples. But this case does not meet those requirements. And so the lawyers at both the council and the state level have agreed that we do not have the power, neither council nor the state, to do a compulsory acquisition of this site. So any acquisition would have to be by agreement. Now,
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Point of order to you, Councillor Johnston.
Mr. Chairman, look, I'm very concerned about what the Lord Mayor is saying now, because effectively what they're doing here is forcing the sale of the land. So have we sought legal advice that council does not have a conflict of interest by forcing this process, which is akin to compulsory acquisition, as a round?
Sorry, Councillor Johnston, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
No, what?
Well, you must have a little bit because you answered. Can you hear me?
Barely.
All right. Well, I was asking, what is the nature of your point of order? It seemed to me to be that you were debating. What is the point of order?
Have we got legal advice that this is an appropriate course of action? Because it sounds not right to me.
Well, that's not really a point of order at this point. The Lord Mayor.
Okay, so Mr. Chairman, then if you want me to make it all formal and specific, I refer you to subsection.
Councillor Johnston, Lord Mayor.
okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Look, in relation to the acquisition of
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Point of order to you, Councillor Johnston.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Motions cannot be accepted for debate and should be rejected under section 37 of the meeting's local law if there is some legal impediment. Now, the Lord Mayor is outlining very significant legal impediments. Have we checked that the course of action proposed today has no...
Councillor Johnston, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Do you have evidence that there is a legal impediment?
Mr. Chairman, that is your job under the meeting's local law, but the Lord Mayor, yes, the Lord Mayor is outlining that there is a legal impediment.
No.
He's just done that very clearly.
There's
So
no
I'm concerned about the way in which we're going about this.
Lord Mayor, please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I was explaining that neither the state nor the council has the power to resume the property or acquire the property forcibly, and any acquisition would have to be done by negotiation and agreement with the owner. Now, it is my view that the state government is not coming to the table with funding to progress that option. There's been, despite many discussions and numerous letters going back and forward, there has never been a suggestion that the state government is prepared to put money on the table to buy this property. And so, from my point of view, I believe that the opportunity to acquire the property, that door has now closed, and that is not something that I expect will happen at this point in time. So what we will see here is this matter will be resolved in one or two ways. One is that the owner will be able to pay the rates and resolve this matter, and then the property will not be put to sale. The second is that if the rate bills are not covered in the coming 3 months, then this property will be put to sale, the rates will be covered, and the owner will receive the remaining proceeds for the house. So they're the two options at this point that I see in terms of going forward. But I can tell Councillor Johnston for sure that this is not some ploy for council to purchase the property. It would be completely inappropriate for council to put the property up for sale and then to buy that property. That, as I said, door has closed, unfortunately. It was always going to have to be a joint project with the state government, and I do not have the confidence that that is now a real option. So, in relation to this matter, obviously my hope is that this property will not go to sale. My hope is that the rates will be covered, but also as a separate matter relating to this property, we all want to see this property restored to its former glory. And that's a separate issue altogether, and that's something that we will continue working on with the state government. And I have recently agreed to be part of a joint working group with the state government to look at this property and other significant heritage properties to see how we can use both council and state powers to make sure that properties are restored by their owners and that we don't lose these amazing heritage properties as we've seen the potential for in this case. But as I said, that is a separate issue. This is a submission that relates to the overdue rates. And I state once again for the final time, because it is really important, is that if this property was to be sold, it cannot be demolished and it cannot be redeveloped. Our laws that exist at the moment. Sorry.
An extension of time moved by the Deputy Mayor,
Yep.
seconded by Councillor Hutton. All those in favour say aye and raise your hand. And all those against, please say no and raise your hand. The ayes have it. Lord Mayor, 10 minutes.
Thank you. It cannot be redeveloped under the existing TLPI. It is state heritage protected, and it also has a stop work order on it. So there's 3 or 4 different levels of protection on this property to prevent it from being redeveloped into something other than what it is at the moment. And as I say, I'll state again, our ultimate outcome here is to see this property restored. And that would be the best outcome, I think, both for the owner and also for the people of Brisbane. So this is obviously something that I'd appreciate the support of councillors to progress so that we can get on with resolving this issue. In relation to the first budget review, obviously, there'll be chairs mentioning various components of it, and also Councillor Adam Allen, the Finance Chair, will be speaking on some further detail, but I guess the most important thing I would say about the first budget review is that it is a good thing that when we handed down the budget in June this year, that we had a surplus. And now it was a relatively narrow surplus in the scheme of things, but we are seeing in the first budget review a further deterioration of the surplus. And I anticipate that is likely to continue through upcoming budget reviews, because at this point in time, there is still no evidence to suggest that the economy has turned the corner. And that is exactly why you run a balanced budget and a surplus budget, so that you can have a buffer zone, so that you can have the capacity to deal with future upcoming shocks. And it was always my expectation that things could get worse before they get better. And this first budget review indicates that the economic situation and its impact on council's finances continues to grow rather than decrease. And I would also point out that this budget review illustrates exactly why it is the prudent thing to do to look for savings in council's budget. And whether those savings are the pausing of curbside collection, which Labor continues to oppose for political reasons, or whether it is the 2-year councillor management and staff pay freeze that we've put forward, those are things that help in this challenging time to balance the budget. Those are things that Labor continue to oppose and resist, because they seem to think that the budget is some kind of magic pudding. They have no problem with the magic pudding approach to economics, but if you're getting less revenue in the door, you have to find balancing cost savings. And so that's the difficult process that we took in the budget in June, and that process continues through this first budget review. So the surplus, while it is still in surplus, has reduced compared to the original budget, and there are continuing economic and financial impacts and pressures on our budget, which means that it is important for us to find savings. So to suggest that we could simply keep spending on some of those things like curbside collection and increases to staff and executive salary and councillor salaries, I think is completely out of touch with the reality of the situation. And I think, Councillor, Mr. Chair, that Labor councillors will find it is completely out of touch with the wider community's expectations as well. They know that businesses have had to cut costs. They know that businesses have had to, in many cases, reduce the pay of their staff or let staff go.
We haven't supported salary increases. What are you saying?
No objections.
And that is the reality for people working out there in the economy. They understand that this is a tough financial situation. And so what we've done in council is we've worked hard to make sure that we keep our staff employed. And that is a really important thing. But it is not unreasonable to make some cost savings, such as the pause to curbside collection, and also to stop any pay increases for the next couple of years. I think they are both very reasonable things when you see people in the private sector taking big pay cuts or losing their jobs altogether. So we don't want that situation to happen in council, and that's why we've taken action to find cost savings. But Labor councillors are completely out of touch with reality to think that you can keep pretending that we're not in the middle of this major economic and financial crisis and situation, because it is real. It has real impacts, real financial impacts, real social impacts, real economic impacts, real impacts on jobs. And we are very attuned to and aware of those impacts, and we're working to manage them and to make sure that we run a responsible budget that can respond to the needs of the community while finding savings where possible to make sure that the money can be reinvested back into the community on things that really matter. And so this budget review makes a number of those adjustments. We will continue to work hard to manage the budget responsibly, And as I said, the evidence at this point is that things may continue to get worse before they get better. And that not only includes the wider economy, but also financial impacts on council, hits to revenue that may occur going forward. You see economic commentators speculating that things will continue to get worse towards the end of this year. Now, we will obviously continue to monitor the situation and manage council's finances responsibly, but that is exactly why we have a buffer zone. That is exactly why the budget in June had a surplus. It had a surplus so that we could manage potential future shocks. And those shocks are real, and those saving for a rainy day is exactly what we're doing, because at the moment it is raining, and it isn't a good thing, Mr. Chair, that we have saved and managed the budget responsibly. Before going into this crisis, our level of financial responsibility was unparalleled in council history. We have delivered 16 budget surpluses in a row, and because we've done that, it's given us the capacity to respond to the community, to keep our council staff employed, to keep projects going, to keep the grass being cut, to keep the roads being resurfaced and the footpaths maintained, to keep those buses running in partnership with the state government. We've been able to do that through responsible financial management. We will continue to make the tough decisions that are necessary to keep our budget strong, to keep our staff employed, and to keep those essential services being provided, Mr. Chair.
Further speakers? Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. Just at the outset, can I ask that items B and D be taken seriatim individually, which would leave A and C together?
Items B and item D will be taken seriatim for voting separately.
Yes, and then A and C together. Thanks, Chair. Starting on the bus disinfecting and sanitation.
Point of order, Chair.
Sorry, Councillor Shrew, do you have another point of order?
Yeah, sorry to interrupt. Just really quickly, I might ask at the same time for item C to be taken seriatim for voting. So I guess all items will be seriatim.
The practical effect will all items will be voted on independently. Councillor Cassidy, please continue.
Thanks, Chair. So starting on clause A, we understand the urgency and time sensitivity surrounding this contract extension, and certainly supported the initial contract, given we're in the middle of a health pandemic and need people to clean council buses. But we think there's a broader issue, and council needs to stop contracting out ongoing work and what will continue to be ongoing work like this. COVID-19 is not going to go away any time in the immediate future, and the pandemic has been a massive wake-up call for just how unhygienic some council assets have been kept previously. This kind of disinfecting and sanitation work will be ongoing for the foreseeable future, even when COVID-19 and the current climate is under control and we have developed a vaccine. People will demand that kind of service, I think, not just from council, but in a lot of aspects of life. So why on earth aren't these cleaning jobs being brought in-house? They have to be done daily, and they will more and more council will require these services. It's costing ratepayers millions of dollars to contract these jobs out, which will be ongoing. Council is now going to waste time and money going to a tender. So the question is today, why won't this administration form its own bus and ferry cleaning task force, Chair? Why are contractors getting this work when council could create hundreds of solid, reliable jobs for the people of Brisbane? In this submission, it even outlines that there is a medium risk of slave labour, a medium risk that workers who are cleaning our buses will be exploited and underpaid by a company that council contracts out to. Chair, how on earth is a medium risk of slave labour even acceptable in the modern world? This submission also says the councillor has a key aim to ensure that the contractor does not underpay its staff or engage in slave labour. The best way to ensure that these workers are not treated or paid like slaves would be for council to employ them to set up its own cleaning task force and pay them according to the award. This would give them a solid, well-paying and reliable job. I'm sure they would appreciate it in the current economic climate, Chair. And they certainly wouldn't be at risk of being treated like slaves in the year 2020. This administration, Chair, does have a horrible track record of using contractors who treat their workers poorly. We'll all remember in 2013 when 55 council IT contracts staff were sacked, rather, and then that work was contracted out to a company called HCL. Most of the staff they employed were on temporary visas, massively underpaid, and then threatened with deportation if they complained.
Bring you back to the item. I appreciate you making an argument. Can you please talk about the matter at hand for me?
Yes, thanks, Chair. So that was council's. This LNP council's own 7-Eleven wage slip scandal, and we're worried that this sort of thing could happen again, Chair. So here, council is again seeking to contract out more work, more ongoing work that will be needed for many years to come, and themselves admitting that there is a medium risk of exploitation and underpayment. So this Lord Mayor, Chair, is literally signing off on the possibility of slave labour. So Labor's position is where jobs can be in-house, they should be. A good start would be not going out to tender for new bus disinfecting and sanitisation contract post the extension of the short-term contract and actually forming a cleaning task force. We clearly have an issue here with slave labour being a risk, and there is a simple solution: more in-house jobs. And I think that probably deserves a broader discussion, Chair. So I would like to, at this point, move the suspension of standing orders to enable me to move an urgency motion that this council reviews all current contracts and brings those which consist of regular and ongoing work in-house.
I said Councillor Cook second.
That's just been sent through, Chair.
Thank you. There's a urgency motion that's been moved by Councillor Cassidy, seconded by Councillor Cook. It's being distributed at the moment. Councillor Cassidy, you have 3 minutes. Please limit your comments to urgency.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you. And I think this is pretty urgent because given the economic climate that we're about to enter, I'm sure we've all seen the statistics and the unemployment figures coming out thick and fast, which suggest that the best path to economic recovery is going to be good, solid employment for people, and the best way to support local and small businesses is to have people who have secure work. What we have before us here today, and what we've had for many years under this administration, Chair, is increasing amounts of contracting out and real and demonstrated examples of slave labour. And we can't have that. That is not acceptable at any time, but it's particularly not acceptable now. It's urgent because every dollar in the current economy counts. And again, the very best way to make sure that that money is making the economy is to not waste it in going to continuous contracts where work can be done in-house. We are better off supporting people through good, solid jobs. We shouldn't be continuing as business as usual if this pandemic has told us anything, Chair. We can't just cross our fingers. The Lord Mayor can't just sit on his hands and hope that something bad doesn't happen again. We should be taking this opportunity to change the way in which this council operates. It's urgent, Chair, because we live in Australia, the year is 2020. We shouldn't be seeing contracts come through this council which show there is a real and significant risk of exploitation of workers. We need to be an organisation and a government that leads from the front as the largest council in Australia, and we don't want to just sit back and hope that this kind of exploitation doesn't happen again on this Lord Mayor's watch. So I think it is an important time right now, while we're discussing this contract, but more broadly, for this council to have the conversation about making sure that we are a level of government and an employer that is serious about stamping out exploitation of workers and giving people good and decent jobs, particularly in an economic recovery that is going to cry out for it. Council should mean good jobs, Chair, not jobs that are contracted out to the lowest bidder.
I'll now put the urgency resolution. All those in favour of urgency, please say aye and raise your hand.
Yes. Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Those against, please say no and raise your hand.
No.
The noes have it.
Division.
Called by Councillor Cassidy and
Seconded.
Councillor Cook. Please ring the bells. Councillors, all those in favour of urgency, please say aye, raise your hand and hold it within the screen so that it may be counted.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. And those against, please say no, raise your hand and hold it there so that it may be counted.
No.
Thank you. Clerks, please read the result when you're ready.
Mr. Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 6 in favour, 19 against and 1 abstention.
The noes have it. Further
I'll
speak.
continue, Chair.
Let me have a, excuse me a moment. Councillor Cassidy, please continue.
Thanks very much, Chair. And that is indeed very disappointing. And while I put on record, we again support the extension of that temporary contract. We cannot support the continuing contracting out and casualisation of council's workforce. So we will not be voting in favour of that clause, Clause A. On Clause B, the budget first review, and this is the first review of the Lord Mayor's COVID response budget, which was brought down back on the 16th of June. And we said then and maintain now that that should have been a genuine response to the economic crisis that this city is heading for and continuing to get worse here in Brisbane. And then what we saw was business as usual, and what we're seeing now is even worse, Chair. Lord Mayor just said before that there would be no pay increases for senior executives and councillors and every council employee, which we do not agree with, for some of the lowest paid workers to be denied a pay increase, which means necessarily a pay cut in real terms, except there is a CEO that is getting a significant pay increase. We've found out the CEO of Council's new ferry and CityCat contractors just received an $800,000 bonus, while that company is collecting a significant amount of JobKeeper money. So I suppose some people are doing well in the economic crisis, Chair. This is the first opportunity for Council to do a rethink and a readjust to the budget and adapt to the challenges that are being faced due to this pandemic and ever-changing. Chair, we know economists are saying the unemployment rate nationally will be hitting around 9.6% in early 21 and remain well above 7% in 2 to 3 years' time. People are doing it tough, businesses are doing it tough, and we know from those stats that Brisbane will be faring worse than a lot of regional centres as we emerge from this pandemic. We should be seeing shovel-ready projects being brought forward to help boost local jobs and the Brisbane economy in this budget review. That's what we should be seeing, Chair. But let's have a look and see what this first review of the Lord Mayor's 2020-2021 budget offer up. It's very clear that unlike the federal and state government, despite what the Lord Mayor says, Brisbane City Council's revenue hasn't been hit very hard by COVID-19, and that's there in black and white for everyone to see. Yet despite these hits, the federal and state government have been boosting investment and offering businesses and residents much needed support and relief during these difficult times. However, here in the Brisbane City Council under this Lord Mayor Adrian Schrinner and his team, there is no real action to tackle the challenges that our community faces now and as we emerge from this pandemic, Chair. It's the same old business as usual approach. A lengthy list of projects that should have been completed last financial year in the 19-20 year weren't completed and carried over. Carryover means those works that were funded last year weren't completed in that year and are now being added to this year's budget bottom line. We're seeing millions and millions of dollars in carryovers of road works, park upgrades, drainage works, bikeways, conservation projects, community, sporting facilities, and even new parks, Chair. There is a long list. Yet again, the Cannon Hill Community Links Golf Course has been delayed, carried over from last year, first touted many years ago, and its most recent iteration 2014, and the project looks to never come to fruition. Perhaps it's one that this Lord Mayor should just give up the ghost on. There's $2.2 million in expense and a further...
An extension of time is moved by Councillor Strunk, seconded by Councillor Cook. All those in favour say aye. Raise your hand. And those against, you say no and raise your hand. The ayes have it. 10 minutes. Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks, Chair. $2.2 million in expense and another $200,000 carried over for community facilities preventative maintenance. You would think this is the perfect time to have carried out that work. $3 million in IT expense due to delays to the ICT migration to the cloud, another IT fail. $1.7 million in supplying energy-efficient LED lights due to supply chain issues. Perhaps a proper buy local strategy would have been more prudent than a shop-front local strategy. $1.9 million in capital and a further $435,000 expense carried over for iconic park upgrades, including $169,000 in playground upgrades at St Lucia and Wishart. A $1.4 million carryover due to delays in delivering 2 new parks at Wollongabba and Archerfield. $1.2 million in capital and $672,000 expense carried over in the conservation reserves management, and a further $34,000 delay to the community conservation assistance program. So the Lord Mayor talked big about his green agenda, but is delivering not much at all. $1.9 million carried over in drainage projects in various suburbs right across the city, Chair. Not good news as we head into what looks to be a fairly wet season this summer. Almost $850,000 in funding carried over in roadworks on Manly Road and Norris Road, and nearly $500,000 carried over for the Rochedale and Priestdale Road project. Road resurfacing in Brookfield Road, Brookfield, Day Street, Hamilton, and Reading Road, Paddington. $430,000 carry over for new buses. $340,000 carried over for safe paths for seniors. Again, this administration talks about providing that basic suburban infrastructure, but the reality is they are lagging so far behind. $130,000 carried over due to delays in koala research. Lord Mayor just talked about that in question time, Chair. He didn't mention the fact that that program is facing real-time budget cuts. $760,000 in remediation works carried over for parks and sports fields, and nearly $250,000 delayed works on the Norman Creek Master Plan and Hanlon Park. There are many, many other carryovers as well detailed in this document, Chair. But interestingly, revenue from fees and charges is expected to go up by over $4 million, and the council finally expected to receive the $30 million from the federal government towards its blowout-riddled bendy bus project. The Brisbane Metro, had this project just been planned properly and these discussions had early on, we know that these delays would not have happened. In addition to these issues with the budget review, Chair, employee costs are now expected to be down by nearly $10 million this financial year and drop another $13 million next year. So we can only assume, we'd certainly appreciate an explanation, but we can only assume that with these employee costs being driven down, that this is a real-time pay cut for council's employees over the next 2 years. I mean, this is $23 million that otherwise would have been put back into the Brisbane economy, supporting local businesses, supporting other local jobs that this Lord Mayor is ripping from our community's recovery, Chair. And for those who were hoping to see a fresh boost to Brisbane's economy that's being devastated by COVID-19 will be left bitterly disappointed if they're following along by this review of council's budget. The budget review that's before us today, Chair, really is a can't-do response to the challenges the city and its people are facing. There used to be a can-do attitude in this council, Chair. That has well and truly gone missing with this LNP administration. On to clause C, the sale of land for overdue rates and charges at 9 Leopard Street, Kangaroo Point. This item, as we've heard a bit about, seeks the authorisation for council to sell this land at Kangaroo Point for overdue rates and charges which have been outstanding for more than 3 years. While not evident in the report because there is such little information, the property is Lamb House, a significant 118-year-old heritage building which has been subject to much attention in recent years. The house was added to the Queensland Heritage Register in '92 and subject to state government stop work orders in recent times. The council's also placed a 2-year TLPI over the project, which was approved last year, limiting the density of housing on the land, which is something we have always supported. We can't reveal how much is owed in rates and charges on this property, as it's been provided as commercial in confidence to councillors. But what we can say is that, according to a Sunday Mail news article from 9th of June 2019, $263,579.98 was owed in unpaid rates at the time. Labor councillors have a number of questions regarding this item, Chair, as unlike other similar E&C submissions to approve the sale of land for overdue rates, this report for us today is missing key information, and we normally get documents, a bit hard to see there, can't see it at all in fact, documents that are attachments to E&C reports which detail property case histories, the location, the owner, the rate account number, the description, the value of general site value, whether it's encumbered, not the debt, as at the date. We're required to make this decision, the last rate payment, the date first in debt, and the summary of recovery action. So what we usually get and what we have got today are two very, very different things. What we don't know is the name of the property owner and the account details, the value of general site value for this property, whether there is a mortgage on the property, whether when the rates were last paid, when this property owner went first into debt, when did the debt go to council's accounts receivable department, what action has been taken by council to recover the overdue rates, whether the owner has other properties and whether they owe rates on any of those properties, where are the photos of the property, as simple as that, and are there any other issues relating to this property. This is information we would normally receive, but curiously, we haven't in this case, Chair. Councillors are rightly asking why we've not been provided this information to assist in the decision making today. In addition to these concerns, Labor councillors also have a number of questions about the timing of this resolution, Chair. It appears that the rates and charges on this property have been in arrears for more than 3 years, given the significant amount that is owed. So why is council just acting now? Back in June this year, not that long ago, the Lord Mayor did say that council wanted to jointly acquire Lamb House with the state government, which the state government had agreed to. Then in a news report on the 26th of August, not that long ago, Chair, a council spokesperson is quoted as saying council cannot resume the property. And the Lord Mayor confirmed that just now. Meanwhile, just 2 days earlier than that council spokesperson was quoted, on the 24th of August, the Lord Mayor and his Civic Cabinet were making moves to sell this property for overdue rates. They'd supported this submission to Civic Cabinet to sell this land. So we know that council has an interest in buying the land, Chair, and now wants to forcibly sell it for overdue rates. I think the question should be asked and needs to be answered. What is really going on here? Given the rates on this property have been unpaid for years, and now this is suddenly an issue, when just days ago a council spokesperson confirmed that council could not resume the property. So why the sudden change? From discussions about a state and council working together to jointly buy the land to a forced sale, and what discussions have been had with this property owner, we don't know. Is this an attempt, Chair, of council to sell this land to itself and this property to itself, or is it an attempt by council to sell this land to developers for redevelopment. We know that there is certainly an awful lot of interest in that, Chair, that has been publicly litigated. This item raises a number of really serious and concerning questions, and Brisbane residents deserve better answers than the ones that the Lord Mayor provided just before in his opening remarks. Finally, on Clause D, Chair, the lease of the premises for the Mount Omni Library. The last item here is for an extension of that lease on that library, which has been, that location has been home to the Mount Omni Library for nearly 25 years. The current lease was signed on the 1st of July 96 and will expire 30th of June next year. Interestingly, it's another lease that's come to council in recent weeks that was signed back in Jim Sawley's day for a library when the library was first opened. Yes, Chair. One of the many, many, many libraries opened under the Sawley Labor administration. Back when that original 25-year lease was signed, the lease rental amount was $1 a year plus outgoings. This new lease will be $326,668 a year plus $99,632 in outgoings. So a significant jump in rental amount from $1 a year negotiated by Jim Sawley to this amount, but we will support the renewal. Thanks, Chair.
Further speakers? Councillor Hutton.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to speak on item D, the lease of premises for Mount Omni Library. The Mount Omni Library is much more than just a place to borrow or read a book. It's an important part of our community, and that's why I'm supporting the renewal of its lease. The library is located within our major shopping precinct and directly opposite the Mount Omni bus station. Location, location, location is the major reason that in 2019, the Mount Omni Library had over 78,000 visitors. With these statistics, it's obvious that the people of my ward love their library. Despite what you may hear about the death of print books, libraries are more important than ever, serving as a centre for learning, professional development and connection. I spent a lot of my teenage years at this library, either hidden away in a stack of reading books, using the internet to access my MySpace, or meeting up with friends to work on school projects. I've always understood the value of such an institution. Prior to COVID, the library would conduct a range of events and educational programs, attracting locals, both young and old, from across the ward. For your reference, Councillor Howard, Annette McFarlane always draws a crowd, closely followed by the Writing Festival events. The library also hosts a very active English conversation group that would normally meet weekly and are slowly adjusting to Zoom meetings. This group is not only designed to help new English learners master the language in a fun and engaging way, but to also build a peer network within our local community. The most important asset of any library goes home at night. Kathy and Scott, our local Mount Omni library managers, who work tirelessly to ensure that the library is a warm, welcoming and safe place to visit. COVID has been a challenging time for our community, and our council officers should be commended for all of the work they've done to keep the doors open and the books flowing to our dedicated readers. I recently asked locals why they love Mount Omni Library. My favourite response was that Mount Omni Library is a source of adventure in a time where we can't physically travel. As Dr. Seuss once said, you can find magic wherever you look. Sit back and relax. All you need is a book. Whether you're a family looking for a fun story time, a teen chasing a good read, or a senior wishing to learn a new skill, you can all go to one place, the library. At this library, my community come together to learn, share and celebrate where they live, who they are and what they want to become. Libraries are truly remarkable places, and I hope that my fellow councillors support this renewal.
Further speakers? Councillor Johnston.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise to speak on all four items before us today. Just briefly on item A, the bus disinfecting and sanitising services. I'm very concerned about two aspects. Well, three, I should say. My ongoing and substantive complaint about I don't think this will come back to council for consideration and we should be oversighting it. But there are some aspects of this proposal that are very problematic from my point of view. Firstly, the period or term of the contract. It says the contract will be for an initial term of 3 months with options to extend for additional periods of up to 9 months for a maximum term of 12 months. That's unclear to me. Is that a month-by-month extension of the contract? Is it every 3 months? It's very unclear. And one of the biggest things we need if we're going to expend this amount of money, and it's a very large amount of money for a very important service, is flexibility if things change within the COVID environment. And the terms of the contract appear to be unclear to me, and I would very much like those clarified if possible by one of the chairs who might speak on this matter. I'm wondering whether 12 months is also enough and whether there should be provision for smaller rolling timeframes. But the biggest issue of concern is paragraph 29. And the issue council addresses in the tendering document is this contract listed as a critical contract requiring the contractor to have in place a business continuity plan approved by council? Council's response to us is no. I would have thought that one of the most important aspects of finding a provider who can provide cleaning services through this COVID period is ensuring that they have the capability to deliver the service, particularly if there are changes in COVID requirements or illness within the workforce changes. Now, I appreciate that this largely relates to IT, this type of question, but clearly in the COVID environment, it takes on a new and additional meaning. And it is extremely concerning that council will not be considering whether or not the contractors that we engage are able to provide an ongoing and continuous service. That clearly should be part of any tender documents and requirements that council is acting upon. I too read the issues around possible misuse of the labour force, and Councillor Cassidy outlined those. This is such an important service. We obviously need it, but it strikes me that the terms of this contract aren't suitable and they should be revised. With respect to item B, the first budget review, I'm just going to speak very briefly on this. And I did some analysis of what's in here. Of the 77 items that are addressed in the first budget review, over 50% of them are carryovers from last year. And Councillor Cassidy did outline quite a few of them, and sadly they relate to everyday services that are being delivered by this council. There's a lot in the parks area. How we haven't delivered basic parks and footpath issues, projects, you know, is quite staggering. I did ask a question, and the purpose of being able to seek further information at the beginning of this is so you have it, so you can make a decision. But it strikes me that where there are less than 1% of the projects are actually bring forwards. But where there are bring forwards, they're very vague about what's being delivered with that bring forward. So, for example, the question I raised with the Lord Mayor earlier is the Community Facility Improvement Program, where capital is being brought forward from the 3 future years. So it's 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024. Now, presumably, and this is what I think's probably happened, is Councillor Allen's wish list from earlier in the meeting is all of those everyday projects that are sitting in the council facilities program. They were the ones that were put up for the federal government funding, and now they're being brought forward. But there is zero information to explain what's going on here, and really there should be, and that's the purpose of seeking that information, is to understand what projects are being brought forward. Because there is 3 years of funding and capital works being brought forward. One would think that it would be an appropriate thing to put to councillors what those works would actually be. That information is not in there, and the Lord Mayor's not been able to answer that question. Item C, I have extreme concerns about what is proposed here. Obviously, like everyone else in Brisbane, I've been following on this council's attempts to protect, along with the state government, Lamb House through temporary protection orders, which I've supported. But also, council, up until today, it was my understanding that council was interested in buying Lamb House. It is of extreme concern to me that the process of selling this property, which the Lord Mayor says is to claim back overdue rates, is somewhat unconscionable. There's one or two things going to happen here. An elderly lady who clearly has some issues around her capacity to address these financial issues is going to be put to the market in a terrible time, and council will recoup a few gold coins, basically. That does not mean the property will be protected. It could be sold to a developer, and then we're back to some sort of, you know, hopeless council town planning process to try and protect, you know, this property. Meanwhile, this seems to be Big Brother tactics to me, where this council is essentially doing through this process what legally the Lord Mayor has told us it is not able to do through compulsory acquisition. And, you know, that's the very definition of unconscionable conduct from my point of view. So I think there are some really big problems with what the Lord Mayor has said today. Council's legal, moral and ethical obligations to the owner of Lamb House, and I'll certainly be abstaining on this item. I really think that there are some serious problems here. You know, I'd certainly like this level of focus on the Yeronga Bowls Club, which is 107 years old, but we can't even get council to get the owner to clean up the land there. And they're certainly not talking about buying it back. So I have real problems with that. And I certainly will be abstaining. I certainly would support the state and council. That was my understanding. It was all locked in that they were going to combine to help preserve Lamb House. So I don't know what's happened. The Lord Mayor certainly didn't explain it in any substantive way to me, other than to say the state weren't interested any longer. Well, what does that mean? I don't know. I don't even know if that's true. So I have some very big concerns about this item, and I don't think we should be proceeding with it until we've got some legal advice that's made available to all councillors to make sure we are not doing anything unconscionable, given the ethical issues involved here, and certainly the capacity of the owner of this property to engage in meaningful transactions around the property. Finally, with respect to item D, the Mount Omni Library, oh my Lord. I thought the Indooroopilly Library was expensive. It is unbelievable to see how much money is being spent on the Mount Omni Library. And I thought it was a lot before I heard from Councillor Cassidy that this premises was originally leased for $1. That's back in 1996. It is phenomenal. Brisbane City Council is proposing to pay $607 a square metre to lease this space in the Mount Omni Shopping Centre. That is higher than pretty much any other corporate property. It is fundamentally inappropriate in the current market, where the Lord Mayor lectures us every single day about how tough people are doing it and how hard it is in the community, that council is going to allow huge increases in the initial rent payment, a 3% rise for 10 years. So over the course of the next 10 years, rents to the owner of this property will increase by 30%. And it's a phenomenal amount of money that council is being asked to spend. I'm not allowed to tell you what it is, but that's huge. It's a huge amount of money for a suburban library. Now, as I understand it, I don't want to see the library go, but my understanding is we're looking for a home for the community centre. I do not know why we're not looking for a home for a community centre and a library to be co-located. So we can...
Johnston, your time has expired. Further speakers? Councillor Landers.
Mr Chair, I move that council now adjourn for afternoon tea for 15 minutes, which commences only when all councillors have left the meeting.
Seconded.
Been moved by Councillor Landers, seconded by Councillor Hutton, that this council now adjourn for the purpose of afternoon tea for a period of 15 minutes, commencing when all councillors have left the meeting. All those in favour say aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
Please say no and raise your hand. The ayes have it. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, councillors. We have quorum. We returned from afternoon tea. Are there any further speakers on the E&C report? Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Chair. I enter the debate on item B and specifically to address the question raised by, through you by Councillor Johnston. In regards to the $850,000 that has been brought forward from the 2021 to 2024 financial years to this financial year within Council's Community Facility Improvement Program, this is related to one project. This funding has been brought forward to help fund the delivery of a new clubhouse for the Virginia United Football Club. In March, Councillor Allen joined the Lord Mayor in committing this significant funding to help deliver vital infrastructure upgrade for the club within this term of council. And I'm pleased to advise that we've been able to bring these works forward to this financial year. And so we have brought forward the funding to enable the early delivery of the new clubhouse. As the Chamber is well aware, we've been working to bring forward any works wherever possible to help support our local economy here in Brisbane. And I'm advised that the construction of the modular building is being manufactured right here in Brisbane at a local business in Wakehole. And that's what this is all about, Mr. Chair, creating jobs and keeping people in jobs. And this is just one very small snapshot of how Council is supporting the local economy by funding local projects that create work for local businesses. It's not only a great outcome for the many families that are a part of the Virginia United Football Club, but also a great outcome for our local economy by providing job opportunities for our local tradies. It's a great outcome for the Northgate ward, and I know that it wouldn't have been possible without the hard work and dedication of the local councillor, Councillor Allen, and I commend it to the Chamber.
Further speakers? I see no further. Councillor Murphy.
Yep, thanks very much, Chair. I rise to speak to Clause A, that is the bus disinfectant sanitising services stores board submission, as well as the item B as well, just briefly. Firstly, this submission before us is for a tender for up to 12 months for the very important job of making sure that our bus fleet is cleaned and sanitised and safe to travel on. We have more than 1,200 buses in our fleet, and they play a critical role in moving people in and around our city and network. There's no doubt that our city is fighting back, defying this pandemic, and this is just one of the ways that we are taking the fight up against COVID-19. Now, back in March, Council put in place a number of protections on our fleet, including daily sanitising. Further, every bus in operation is also fogged weekly, which involves atomising the cleaning agent and allowing it to pass through the air conditioning. Council had the foresight to anticipate that emergency cleaning services may be required and allowed for that to be undertaken via Council's cleaning services panel arrangement, as noted in the submission before us. In April, Council used those emergency provisions, awarding a contract that included for a number of extensions to give us flexibility to respond to any other changes in the cleaning services required by the state government or the Chief Medical Officer in response to the pandemic. Local business Multhana Property Services Limited were successful in their tender for that daily cleaning service of our entire bus fleet under these emergency contract provisions. The feedback that I've been told us that they've been doing a great job, and I wanted to just place on the record my thanks and appreciation for all their hard work. I have noted previously in this place that Multhana is an Aboriginal-owned social enterprise, and they have approximately 80 staff employed in full-time, part-time and casual positions performing these critical services for Council. And I think it's a real shame that if Councillor Cassidy were to ever be in charge of this portfolio area, that they would all be out of a job because that is what his insourcing policy would do. He said before, why aren't these jobs being taken in-house? Why are we spending millions of dollars to outsource this service? Well, I'm sorry, through you, Chair, to Councillor Cassidy, we think that there is a role for the private sector in providing public services. And we're actually really proud to have Multhana, an Indigenous owned and operated social enterprise, performing this service for us. And I think, frankly, it's a genuine and ongoing embarrassment that we have a Labor Party in this place who understand just so little about the real world, about how business works, about how wealth is generated and how it's spread throughout the economy, that they just think that the answer for everyone is to give them a cosy, full-time council job, that everyone just wants that's the gold standard, and that there's no role actually for the private sector to play in provision of services to council. That was the big idea from the Labor Party today, and you heard it in Councillor Cassidy's address in reply, a cleaning task force that replicates a function already provided efficiently by the private sector to council. And I want to say it's an absolute falsehood that we could just simply bring all these functions in-house, we could spend less, and we could provide the best IR conditions and drive even greater value money for ratepayers. That is a magic pudding if I have ever seen it. And it's this total lack of financial literacy and economic experience that means Brisbane residents should count themselves very lucky that the Labor Party didn't win at the last election. And then we had some disgraceful comments around slave labour. Councillor Cassidy, he literally said that the Lord Mayor is signing off on slave labour. What an outrageous and untrue comment that is.
Point
of order to you, Councillor Cassidy.
Claim to be misrepresented.
Noted. Councillor Murphy.
Well, the Hansard next week will show what he said, and I wrote it down. He said the Lord Mayor is signing off on slave labour. So that's what he said. And of course, we know that the only government so far that we have seen that has actually signed off on slave labour is apparently the Labor state government, which used Uyghur slave camps to build the wheels on the next generation rolling stock. So, you know, we don't want a repeat of that experience. So what we have done through Strategic Procurement Office is place in these contracts.
Come on, get your sleep right.
No objections, please. Councillor Murphy.
We have placed a provision to ensure that we take into account our obligations under the Modern Slavery Act 2018. It's a federal requirement where there is contracting activities or supply chains that may involve a risk of slave labour, to include in it measures to guard against that. And that's what we've done here. That's part of the office's process in Strategic Procurement Office. And I frankly think it's a sad indictment that Councillor Cassidy has weaponised the office's genuine care and need to meet their legislative requirements, ensuring that they comply with the Modern Slavery Act, that federal legislation, to try and say that the Lord Mayor's signing off on slave labour. Because the only thing that the Lord Mayor has signed off on with this contract so far has been to employ Indigenous workers to clean our buses in a social enterprise capacity. So I just think that the comments in the debate prior were really, really a new low for the Labor Party. And I would just hope that they take on board some of the things that they've said today, just revise it in their party room at the end of the week and go, you know what, maybe we went a little bit too hard on Multhana, maybe we went a little bit too hard on bus sanitising, maybe we won't try to invoke slave labour and other things like that when we talk about these contracts going forward. Now, just briefly on item B, you know, Councillor Cassidy said, he said businesses are doing it really tough out there and we need to do more to support them. Now, notwithstanding his debate on item A, where he wanted to insource everything, leaving no work for local businesses because council would just essentially be doing everything in-house, and it was a very broad-ranging motion. He criticised a number of carryovers. And I just wanted to point out to councillors where some of the carryovers occurred in the Suburban Enhancement Fund, because here we have, writ large, the real carryover kings of council. So in Deagon Ward, we had a $408,000 carryover in the Suburban Enhancement Fund. in Forest Lake, $333,000 carryover. Maruka Ward, I want to give a real shout out to Councillor Griffiths here. He only had a $53,000 carryover. So well done to you, Councillor Griffiths. Morningside Ward, a $279,000 carryover. The real carryover king, the gold standard of carryovers has to be Jonathan Shree, though, Councillor Shree, carryover of $518,000. What a heroic effort that is. And then Whittam Manly Ward, I want to say $87,000 carryover. So you can see between Councillor Griffiths and Councillor Cumming, two of the most experienced councillors in this place. They know how to manage their suburban enhancement fund, and they are just showing up some of these other councillors who are having enormous carryovers. And I just want to pose the question.
Skateboard park. You would never have done it.
What about your guys? Come on, there's millions.
I'll just pose the question to councillors here that if those are the kind of carryovers that you see from Labor councillors who are charged with managing a $700,000 budget, what are the kind of carryovers that we're going to see if we put them in charge of a $3.1 billion budget? Thanks, Chair.
Councillor Cassidy, you had a misrepresentation. Please limit your comments to the matter at hand.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I was simply quoting from the documents, the ENC documents that the Lord Mayor provided us, which detail the significant risk of an exploitation of supplier staff and details the risk of modern slavery in this document the Lord Mayor produced.
Thank you. We'll now seek further speakers. Are there further speakers? Councillor Shree.
Thanks, Chair. I rise just briefly to speak on item C regarding the acquisition of Lamb House and Kangaroo Point. I've obviously been advocating for some time for the council to take more tangible steps to address the deterioration of this property, and I was really excited earlier in the year when the administration announced an intention or some openness to acquiring the property and bringing it back into public ownership. I do have some concerns about forcing sales of property during a pretty bad time for the property market, and I do wonder about why now rather than why not a few years ago. I actually came to this chamber with a fairly open mind about this particular item, and I was open to being convinced to support it, but actually I haven't had my underlying concerns addressed, and I think maybe if the administration is seeking support for items like this in the future, I would appreciate a simple briefing. This is obviously a high profile matter within my electorate, and I've written to multiple decision makers and raised concerns about it many times in the past, and it would have been a simple thing for the mayor to offer me a briefing before bringing the matter to the chamber, or to at least keep me in the loop to some extent. And I think that would have gone a long way towards winning my trust and winning my support for these kinds of matters. But when I'm kept in the dark, it's hard to make an informed decision about supporting proposals like this. And I think, I'm not entirely closed to the principle of selling off properties to recover unpaid rates. I understand that sometimes there can be extenuating circumstances, but I haven't seen enough evidence that in this particular case, the council has taken all reasonable steps to negotiate with the owner or to work out some other form of plan. And I think maybe that has happened behind the scenes, but if that's the case, I haven't been provided with that information. And that's really what I'm getting at here, is that there just hasn't been enough information provided to councillors to make an informed decision about this issue. So I'm going to be abstaining on that item. But of course, I am very supportive of attempts to restore Lamb House. My preference would definitely be for it to be publicly acquired. And I'm a little concerned to hear that forcing it to go to auction would potentially foreclose that opportunity. It would be much better if the state government and Brisbane City Council could work together to put up the money to buy the property. I note that just down the road, the intersection of River Terrace and Main Street, council is blowing $6 million plus on a project that I, as the local councillor, don't support. I would much rather see some of that $6 million put towards buy-in Lamb House and restoring that as a community facility. There's a real need for community facilities in Kangaroo Point. We've seen rapid densification and overdevelopment. There's not enough space for community groups to gather and meet. There's not enough space for artists and artisans. There's so many uses that this property could be put to if it was brought into public ownership, and its particular location and its unique design really make it a special building that's not only worthy of protection but worthy of bringing into council control as a public asset. And I think it's a shame that that path hasn't eventuated or hasn't resulted in a positive outcome at this stage. So I'm not directly criticizing the administration. I'm not fully opposed to this particular motion, but the administration simply hasn't given me the courtesy of providing enough information and hasn't worked constructively with me enough to the point where I feel comfortable supporting it. So I will be abstaining on that one. I do also share concerns about some of the other items which other councillors have articulated.
Further speakers? Councillor Allen.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. I joined the debate on items B, C and D, and in the first instance, I'll start with item B. So just by way of background, in June each year, when the annual plan and budget is set down in the chamber, project delivery is phased based on the best information available at the time and is refined during the budget review process to reflect the intricacies and changing aspects of project delivery. As per the City of Brisbane Regulation 2012, Council's budget for the financial year may be amended at any time before the end of the financial year. Just like I said in the quarterly financial and annual progress report last week, COVID-19 has seen a number of projects affected, whether that be services that we've put on hold or projects that have been delayed due to restrictions imposed. As a result, the budget review before us today proposes a number of changes to account for these variances. The anticipated accumulated surplus for 30th of June 2021, as approved by Council, was $13.2 million. As a result of the first budget review, the sum of the proposed adjustments to the budget for 2021 will increase the anticipated accumulated surplus to $13.272 million. In this budget review, we have received some minimal total savings to the tune of about $1.2 million, admittedly small in the grand scheme of things, but nonetheless a good outcome all the same. And obviously, as the year wears on, we will hopefully identify savings in other projects. There's been an increase in revenue of $14 million, mainly due to approximately $12 million from the Commonwealth Government's Roads to Recovery program for major traffic improvements. However, on the flip side, there's been a reduction of $55.4 million in revenue in 2021 due to the Legacy Way final 5-year payment being receipted in 2019-20. We have a total carryover of capital and expense of $26.4 million, and $6 million of this relates to the Suburban Enhancement Fund, as Councillor Murphy mentioned earlier, as well as projects like the Energy Efficient Lights for Brisbane program, which has been impacted as a result of COVID. The total carryover of revenue of $31.2 million is mainly due to $30 million from Brisbane Metro. And this results into some uncertainty around GST receipts for the state and some other aspects. And by way of general commentary, there's also a number of Better Roads for Brisbane projects which are ahead of schedule, which therefore have required a bring forward of capital. And these include Newnham Road and Wecker Road, Mount Gravatt, Norris Road, Bracken Ridge, and the Indooroopilly roundabout upgrade. In Program 8, City Governance, we too have minor changes to the budget, which reflect the evolving nature of the current COVID climate, and I'll touch briefly on them. In terms of the economic response to COVID, we've seen a transfer of capital from the state stimulus grants to programs 1 and 2 to assist them with their economic stimulus projects. and this is beneficial not only to local suppliers but also jobs in the longer run. In the property management space, you'll note that we've brought forward budget for building maintenance and asbestos removal, which are funded through the revenue from the Commonwealth's local roads and community infrastructure grants I spoke about earlier. Projects in this space are maintenance works of heritage-listed Summit Restaurant, library and community asset maintenance works, and malls and maintenance regarding paved surfaces and performance stages. We've seen an increase of 695,000 capital and revenue for the Richlands SES garage extension, and this is as a result of a state government community stimulus package. Now, to Councillor Cassidy's points about, it looks like a no-spend budget. Councillor Cassidy is very much a can-spend specialist. Very happy to talk about spending money on all sorts of projects. However, this is not the time to be anything other than vigilant, and to adopt or adapt our strategy as necessary. I think to rush out and spend in an environment where there is so much uncertainty.
Oh, you mean like your sporting club?
Looking forward is absolutely reckless, and I think that we just need to keep a very close eye on things as they unfold. As is often the case with Councillor Cassidy, plenty of the commentary regarding spending, but no recognition of the impact that COVID is having on the revenue side of our P&L. There was also reference to the Cannon Hills Community Golf Links, and all I can say on that particular matter is to watch this space. In terms of item C, Lamb House, it's pretty evident that a number of opposition councillors didn't listen to what the Lord Mayor said in the beginning. So I will reiterate some of that just to see if second time round the message gets picked up. So the submission obviously relates to the sale of 9 Leopard Street Kangaroo Point for overdue rates and charges. This is a well-known matter. It's been well publicised in the press. Lamb House is a historic building in the rare Queen Anne style. It's on the State Heritage Register. It's absolutely been reflected and recognised in the City Plan 2014. So Lamb House remains protected. Council has a temporary local protection order in place which prevents further development, and the state government has issued a second stop work order to prevent any demolition works. With the property continuing to fall into deeper disrepair as a result of neglect, the community rightfully expects some action on this particular site. It should be noted that the owner doesn't reside in the property and hasn't done so for many years, and has not had the capacity or the inclination to work towards the restoration of the building. Council has been in discussions with the owner for many years now, and we've worked hard in our attempts to resolve the matter of outstanding rates with the owner.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order to you, Councillor Shree.
Just on this, will Councillor Allen take a question?
Councillor Allen, will you take it? No, he's declined. Councillor Allen.
As I said, we've worked in good faith with the owner for many years and have tried to take a sympathetic view to extenuating circumstances in the past, but ultimately we must do something. Residents expect council to pursue people deliberately attempting to avoid paying their share towards the running of this vibrant and growing city. The fact is there remains an outstanding debt of many hundreds of thousands of dollars in rates and associated interest charges. I reiterate the Lord Mayor's comments that this has not been a decision that we have taken lightly. Ultimately, like all Brisbane ratepayers, the owner of Lamb House has a responsibility to pay rates, and it is unfair on all others who do the right thing. There are several steps now, as the Lord Mayor outlined earlier, in order to take this property to auction. Council cannot acquire the property. It wouldn't be appropriate for us to acquire it through the auction process, while the owner has the ability to pay the outstanding rates in order to stop the progress of that auction. If that doesn't happen, the intention is to put the property to auction, and ultimately it is a unique site, a unique property.
Point of order, Chair.
We expect will attract quite a lot of interest.
Will Councillor Allen take a question?
I don't think he will, but I'll ask him. Councillor Allen? No, he's declined. Please continue, Councillor Allen.
So, I think at the end of the day, it's pretty clear that that is the way forward, that the site will be protected, but ultimately, if the auction route is where this ends up going, it will be the responsibility of a private owner to bring that site back to its former glory. I did want to touch upon the Mount Omni Library one. Look, I think this is a pretty straightforward application, but it is worth bearing in mind that there's a little bit of history to why the previous lease was so low. So the current $1 per annum payment at Mount Omni is a result of council, first of all, constructing the Mount Omni Library building at our cost, and all repairs and maintenance have been a council obligations for the entirety of the lease, including structural. So, it's one of these sorely error gems where, we've basically paid for everything, and surprisingly, we've only paid $1 a year in rental. That's what you'd expect. But anyway, why let that get in the way of a good story? Now, more importantly too, I think Councillor Johnston, as is often her form, mentioned it was an outrageous cost that we were spending $607 a square metre. Guess what? Wrong number. Should have looked just down the page. We're actually spending $321 a square metre. Other people in that centre are spending $607 a square metre. We're actually getting a pretty good deal.
A lot of money.
And I'll leave further debate to the chamber.
Further speakers? I see no hands. The Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to touch on a couple of issues I missed raising earlier and then close out on some of the debate. But I did want to point out that this week is Legacy Week, which is the Legacy Organisation's national fundraising week that they carry out each year in support of around 60,000 people across the country, many of whom are elderly war widows and their families. And I know that councillors all actively get behind Legacy Week. I've got my badge on here. Well, can't see it on Zoom, but we can all support Legacy in various ways. And I would like to remind everyone that each year council provides a cheque to Legacy from the proceeds of the Legacy Way Tunnel toll. And so there's a percentage of every toll that's paid that we then fund towards giving an annual grant to the Legacy organisation. So encourage all councillors to get behind the great work that Legacy does. Also, the Queensland Paediatric Oncology Network is organising the light up of the Story Bridge, Victoria Bridge and Tropical Dome today. It's a gold light up. Go Gold for Childhood Cancer Awareness Month, this month in September. And once again, one of the ways that we're helping raise awareness for important community and fundraising events. That's happening today. On Wednesday, tomorrow, the Victoria Bridge and Story Bridge and Redcliffe Place sculptures will be lit up in multiple colours as part of the Princess Alexandra Hospital's fundraising or giving day, PA Hospital's giving day. And on other days of the week, this week, we'll have City Hall lit up for the Big Sound Festival in purple, which is another event now in its 19th year, and obviously challenging times for COVID, challenging times for the creative sector, and something that we all want to get behind. So there's some important events that are happening at the moment and community causes on fundraising days that Council is very proud to support. In terms of, in relation to the reports before us, I think it was quite extraordinary that we saw Labor's new policy on outsourcing, which they made very clear, which is there should be no outsourcing in Brisbane City Council. This is a significant departure from Labor administrations of the past, and all councillors would be aware that when the rubbish is picked up each week, is picked up by a contractor on behalf of council. That arrangement was supported and put in place by the Labor Party. The outsourcing of council's waste contract was put in place by the Labor Party.
Point of order to you, Councillor Cassidy.
Claim to be misrepresented.
Lord Mayor.
Wow. There's a bit of a trend here where Councillor Cassidy says things and then backs away from them when it's pointed out what he's been trying to push. But it was very clear to me that the Labor Party doesn't support any kind of outsourcing, yet they were not only behind the outsourcing of probably our largest contract, the waste contract, but also they've consistently supported the outsourcing of the ferry services contract as well, which today I hear them having a crack about. So we have recently awarded the contract to a local Australian company, yet Labor is having a crack at that company, despite they themselves consistently supporting the outsourcing of ferry services to a contractor. Labor was quite happy when it was a multinational foreign-based company. Didn't seem to make any comments or concerns about that, but now we have a local Australian company and they're having a crack. Quite fascinating. But very interesting policy position change there, and wide-ranging ramifications on the ratepayers of Brisbane. To bring in all of those outsourced jobs, to bring in those jobs that support local businesses at the moment. And I'll give you some examples. The local grass cutting contractors, many of whom are family-based businesses, all out of a job under Labor's policy. Instead, you'd have council officers cutting the grass. The construction of our new double-decker city cats done by a local business. Apparently, council would have to do that work ourselves under Labor's new policy. The rubbish collection, all of those drivers currently employed by the contractor would be out of a job under Labor's policy, and the ferry operators and ferry masters and staff would be out of a job under Labor's policy. And all of the flow-on effects that our contracting with local businesses create would be potentially jeopardised. So it is quite clearly a big change in approach from Labor, one that is driven by their union links, no doubt, one that is driven by the fact that Councillor Cassidy is very proudly union and did all of the union education and training, and that obviously has affected his view on these sort of matters. But it is not the best outcome for the people of Brisbane and not the best outcome for the ratepayers of Brisbane, because the idea that we could do everything that we're doing now, even at the same cost if we did it in-house, wouldn't stand up to any kind of basic economic or financial assessment. It would all cost more if we did it in-house. I have no doubt. Yet Labor councillors have always opposed any kind of way of finding cost savings. Under Labor's policy, the costs just would go up and up and up, and that means rates would go up and up and up, and that's why they introduced 6% rate increases on no less than 4 occasions when they were in administration. They can't manage money, but to his credit, former Lord Mayors like Jim Sawley, who he himself had an MBA, I understand, Master of Business Administration. He understood the benefits of working with business and industry and local business to deliver services more efficiently. He understood that, but now we have a return to the dark old days of where everything is done in-house according to Labor and their new policy. So I think it's a big retrograde step. But the final and most shocking thing that I just wanted to draw attention to was Councillor Cassidy, Mr. Chair, leading with his chin when it came to the bus cleaning contract and suggesting that outsourcing was a terrible thing and that we were supporting slave labour. That's effectively what he said. I took the same thing that Councillor Murphy did from those comments. Yet what we have discovered is that the contractor that we use is a local Indigenous social enterprise that employs Indigenous people and creates job opportunities in our local Indigenous community. Yet Councillor Cassidy, Mr. Chair, led with his chin and suggested that by doing this, we were somehow supporting slave labour. Well, I, just after Councillor Cassidy's outrageous comments, looked up their website to see what the latest news was on this particular company. And one of the first photos that I was greeted with on that website was a photo of the owners of that company and Kate Jones, because they had just been awarded an outsourced contract for the Cross River Rail project. Oh. This is quite extraordinary that this company is doing work for the state Labor government, yet the Labor councillors here somehow think it's outrageous that we're contracting with local businesses and social enterprises like this to deliver important services. It is really, there's some extraordinary things coming out of the Labor Party ranks today. It really, I don't know what is going on, but they would be best advised to heed Councillor Murphy's comments and be a little bit more sensible and circumspect when they make comments. Because every time they make these kind of outrageous claims, you know, and they're proven to be completely off the mark, they lose a little bit more credibility. Now, I probably shouldn't be giving them that advice because it's not in my interest for them to get any more credibility, but come on, I mean, surely we've reached rock bottom and Labor needs to actually pick up their game. And if they're going to come to the table with debate, come with sensible things, come with properly thought out things, come with real issues, not manufactured issues like modern slavery and suggesting that we support modern slavery. Of course we don't. This contract, and if you read the documents in any basic way, is structured so that we can identify and manage any kind of risks with employers.
Councillor Cassidy, your misrepresentation, please limit your comments to the matter at hand. Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks, Chair. Thank God that expired. The motion was quite clear, Chair, that Council reviews all current contracts. I mean, of course we should be doing that, and where there is ongoing work that is being casualised, we should seek to bring that in-house, and it would in fact save ratepayers money. Very simple.
Thank you. I will now put the matter. There are 4 items that will be voted on independently. I will now put the resolution regarding item A. All those in favour of item A, please say aye and raise your hand.
Aye. Aye.
Thank you. And those against, please say no and raise your hand. The ayes have it.
Division
for Councillor Cassidy and Strunk, please ring the bells. All those in favour of item A, please say aye, raise your hand and hold it there so that it may be counted.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Thank you. All those against, please say no, raise your hand and hold it there so that it may be counted. I'll just sometimes the microphone plays up. Those against, please say no, raise your hand and hold it there so that it may be counted. Clerk, please read the result when you're ready.
Chair, the ayes have it. The voting being 20 in favour and 6 abstentions.
The ayes have it. On item B, all those in favour of item B, please say aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Thank you. And those against, please say no and raise your hand.
No.
No.
The ayes have it.
Division.
Division. Cassidy and Councillor Cook, please ring the bells. In regards to item B, all those in favour, please say aye, raise your hand and hold it there so that it may be counted.
Aye.
Thank you. Please lower your hands. All those against, please say no, raise your hand and hold it there so that it may be counted.
No.
No.
Thank you. Clerks, please read the result when you're ready.
Mr. Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 19 in favour and 7 against.
The ayes have it. Councillors, in relation to item C, all those in favour, please say aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. And those against, please say no and raise your hand. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division.
Seconded.
Councillor Strunk, please ring the bells. In relation to item C, all those in favour, please say aye, raise your hand and hold it there so that may be counted.
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. And those against, please say no, raise your hand and hold it there so that it may be counted. Councillor Johnston.
Sorry, I'm abstaining. Sorry, this is item C. Sorry, I'm abstaining.
That's all right. We'll change that. Clerks, please read the result when you're ready.
Mr. Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 19 in favour and 7 against, abstentions.
Clerk, would you mind reading that again for me, please?
Sorry, Mr. Chair, the ayes have it, voting being 19 in favour and 7 abstentions.
The ayes have it. I'll now put item D. All those in favour, please say aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
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 Thank you. And those against, please say no and raise your hand. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. And that concludes the ENC report. Councillors,
Yeah.
Excuse me? Yeah, Councillor Cook, did you?
Yes.
Yes.
I'd like to move the suspension of standing orders to allow me to move the following urgency motion. The Brisbane City Council immediately provide face masks to all Brisbane City Council bus drivers and all council employees who are unable to work from home and who have regular face-to-face contact with the public.
Seconded.
By Councillor Cassidy. I have an urgency motion moved by Councillor Cook, seconded by Councillor Cassidy. Councillor Cook, I trust that you've distributed that to the CCLO for distribution to other councillors.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Right. Now I trust that's occurred. It'll be distributed in a moment. Councillor Cook, you have 3 minutes. Please concern your comments with the urgency at hand. Councillor Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, this is urgent because in recent days we have seen an increase in the number of COVID cases in our state and in particular in southeast Queensland. This is urgent because Dr. Young, our state's Chief Health Officer, has said that now is the time to start wearing a face mask in places where it is difficult to social distance. This is urgent because public transport and buses have been specifically identified as a time where you should wear a mask. This is urgent because today there are 28 active cases in Queensland. This includes an additional 2 cases in the last 24 hours. This is also urgent because at 1:02 p.m. yesterday, Monday the 31st of August, the CEO of this council, Mr. Colin Jensen, sent correspondence acknowledging the real risk of COVID and the increase in cases over the weekend. And as a result, he has mandated that those council employees who can work from home should do so for the next 2 weeks. This is urgent because there are many council employees, like our city's bus drivers, who cannot work from home, Mr. Chair, and as such put their health on the line every day in service of this city. This is urgent because the CEO of this council, Mr. Colin Jensen, supported by the LNP Lord Mayor Adrian Schrinner, has stated in black and white just yesterday that he will not provide one mask to our city's bus drivers nor to any other employee of council who are required through their employment to have regular and frequent face-to-face contact with the public. This is urgent because today it has been revealed that council has just over 10,000 disposable surgical masks, 20,000 fabric masks, and 500 disposable face shields in stock and ready for distribution for use by council officers. But to date, not one of these has been distributed to our hard-working council officers. We heard a short time ago from the Lord Mayor about how he is the only person who takes bus driver safety seriously. Well, here is your chance, Lord Mayor. You can show every council employee and every person in this city how important you take their safety right now and vote with us to support our council employees and in particular our city's bus drivers with the immediate provision of face masks today. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I'll now put the resolution to the matter of urgency. All those who believe it is urgent, please say aye and raise your hand.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. And those against, please say no and raise your hand.
No.
No.
The noes have it.
Division.
Division.
Called by, I think, Councillor Cook and Councillor Cassidy. Please ring the bells. Councillors, all those in favour of urgency, please raise your hand, hold it, say aye, raise your hand and hold it there so that it may be counted.
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. And those against, please say no, raise your hand and hold it there so that it may be counted.
No.
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 Clerk, please read the result when you're ready.
Mr. Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 7 in favour and 19 against.
The noes have it. Councillors, the City Planning and Economic...
Lord Mayor.
Please. Councillor, the Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the City Planning and Economic Development Committee meeting minutes held on Tuesday, the 25th of August 2020 be adopted.
Second that.
It's been moved by the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Hammond, the report of the City Planning and Economic Development Committee meeting dated Tuesday, the 25th of August 2020 be adopted. Is there any debate? The Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Last week's presentation was on 166 Hargrave Road in West End. It was a proposed building extension to an existing shop with a new enclosed deck for food and a drink outlet. The proposal upgrades the existing shop, which is a bit of a tired food and beverage outlet at the moment with a lot of concrete. The facade has beautiful new embellishments, a small increase in the ground floor area, but 5 additional car parks, taking the total to 12. Most significantly, there is a great improvement in the landscaping along Lock Street, nearly 50 square metres in total. So fantastic 1.5 metres of planting along the street as well. The shop will operate from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. So they have addressed acoustic sliding doors to help with the effects of noise to the close residents as well. I think it's fantastic and encouraging that people are still willing to invest in their shops and spend money during these harsh economic times. And having said this, though, we've seen the number of development applications actually increase over the last couple of months compared to the same time last year. I think this has a lot to do, obviously, with our economic recovery incentives that we're currently making available to the building and construction industry. But obviously, this development application is one that we are thoroughly recommending for approval, and we look forward to getting a local project like this underway. It's important not only to support that building and construction industry that, as the Lord Mayor mentioned earlier today, is so much of our employment in Brisbane, but the opportunities to bring new businesses to the suburbs for the locals to enjoy their gorgeous neighbourhood village precincts. And I recommend it to the chamber.
Further speakers? Further speakers? I see no hands. The Deputy Mayor. I'll now put the resolution. All those in favour say aye and raise your hands.
Aye.
And those, please say no and raise your hands.
No.
The ayes have it. Councillors, the Public and Active Transport Committee, please. Councillor Murphy.
Sorry, Chair, I move that the Public and Active Transport Committee meeting dated Tuesday, the 25th of August be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved by Councillor Murphy, seconded by Councillor Landers, that the report of the Public and Active Transport Committee meeting dated Tuesday, the 25th of August 2020 be adopted. Is there any debate? Councillor Murphy.
No.
Further speakers? Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. I'll just speak briefly on the presentation on green bridges and on the petition item B requesting that Council Store Safety upgrades the Curlew Park Bike Bridge. We generally support green bridges and have supported these two green bridges, and they're designed to achieve and what they are designed to achieve, and looking forward to seeing them enjoyed and utilised by Brisbane residents and tourists. But what we don't support, Chair, is wasting residents' money and massive cost blowouts on big flashy projects at the expense of genuine bikeway connections. So just two of the green bridges that we see before us today are proposed to cost half of the budget that has been allocated over the forward estimates for the 5 bridges. So the Lord Mayor certainly jumped the gun on costing these projects. He says he knows money, Chair, but he clearly does not. Being the king of cost blowouts, you just have to look at KSD or Brisbane Metro busway extension to see that. What we need is a clear plan from the administration as to how they will fully fund all 5 bridges in the event that their cap-in-hand approach doesn't go down, and without higher levels of government chipping in significantly for those other bridges, we will only see these 2 or maybe a third one built at most. Adding to this, we need to know the location of the 5th green bridge, and when that process will be undertaken. There is a petition, of course, calling for community consultation east of the Story Bridge. We know that bridge killer and giant slayer Councillor Adderman single-handedly wiped plans for the Bellbowrie Bridge. Congratulations, you are something else, Councillor Adderman, and being able to single-handedly do that. But what we do need to know is where this 5th bridge will be located. So I'm sure that information will be forthcoming rapidly, or probably not. On clause B, Chair, this is a local petition that I had started. It was an issue that was brought to my attention, or was a heightened issue in the last few months, particularly during the COVID lockdown, where we saw a lot more pedestrians, a lot more cyclists using this shared path in and out of Curlew Park. There were a couple of incidents, particularly involving cyclists and very young children from a home-based daycare and other casual users there as well. It's very highly used. It's a part of the primary cycle route. So it was always, I suppose, difficult to find a solution to this problem of fantastic uptake and fantastic use. I supported the recommendation of better signage and line markings to try and encourage people to keep in the front of their mind that it is certainly a shared space between cyclists and pedestrians. But it is just a start. I support this, but I think more work not only needs to be done here, but in so many of our suburban cycling and pedestrian locations across the city. Thank you.
Further speakers? Councillor Murphy.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. Just briefly, we'll just cover off. Councillor Sri had some questions on notice from last week. He wanted to know about some of the tree loss as part of the Kangaroo Point Green Bridge project. So as part of the development of the Draft Reference Design, Council has engaged an arborist to survey all the vegetation within the project extent to minimise impacts on vegetation. However, any specific impacts will be confirmed through a detailed design phase of the project. And as you well know, Councillor, Sri Council has a clear policy of nil net canopy loss, which the state government does not apply to itself. In regard to the question raised on the proposed design of Deakin Street, Council is investigating a number of options to provide a new active transport link between Scott Street and Deakin Street, including a dedicated cycle and pedestrian path up to Ferry Street to align with the cycle and pedestrian pathways at the proposed signalised crossing at Main Street. This option is not final and will be subject to further investigation. Councillor Sri, you're also interested in the flood modelling undertaken, and I have those figures, and I'm happy to send those through to you, Councillor Sri, if they haven't already been done so. And then finally, there was another request regarding a formal briefing on the project, and I'm told that the project team has been liaising with your ward office to arrange that for you. Now, through the presentation we had last week, there was a natural focus on the Kangaroo Point and Breakfast Creek Green Bridges, and we've just kicked off the second round of community consultation on both of these exceptionally exciting projects. Both of these new connections will make it even easier, more seamless to move around our city, getting people home quicker and safer, which is what this administration is all about. We have a 4-week community consultation, which is well underway, seeking feedback on the draft designs of the Kangaroo Point Green Bridge and the Breakfast Creek Green Bridge, which includes an extension of the Loras Bonnie Riverwalk within its scope. We recently held an industry briefing to introduce prospective tenderers to these city-shaping projects, encouraging industry to bring their corporate knowledge, their ideas, their innovation, and their experience to bear when it comes to delivering something incredibly special for our city to enjoy. And we're seeking the community's feedback on the draft reference design for the Kangaroo Point Green Bridge. The reference design outlines the alignment, the landing points, the structural form, as well as the proposed design features and connections to the expanding active transport network. It will provide a world-class gateway to the city centre and the Kangaroo Point Peninsula, making it even easier to explore this reach of the river on foot, by bicycle or by scooter. Residents will be able to spend more time enjoying Brisbane's unique lifestyle with better access to dining and entertainment precincts, and it will mean both commuter and recreational cyclists can easily travel from Brisbane's eastern suburbs to the CBD and onwards, including through South Brisbane and West End. Residents of Kangaroo Point will be able to access railway stations and the busway network that are currently beyond a comfortable walk. And we're also seeking the community's feedback on the concept design for the Breakfast Creek Green Bridge, which includes an upgraded extension to the Loras Bonnie Riverwalk at Cameron Rocks Reserve. Following initial consultation in late 2019 and a further technical investigation and engagement with the stakeholders, a skewed alignment has been proposed. This alignment that connects with the northwest corner of Newstead Park to Kingston Smith Drive and Cameron Rocks Reserve was identified and has been selected because it minimises impact on key heritage places, including Newstead House and Newstead Park. It provides a comfortable and accessible connection for all bridge users, and it avoids impacts to significant public utility infrastructure, and it also maintains the ability for vessels to access Breakfast Creek. So all-round benefits to that alignment. Community consultation, and Councillor Cassidy referred to it before, and I'll get to that in a sec. Community consultation material on these projects includes a new fly-through animation, artist's impressions, and the draft designs, which are up on Council's webpage. An easy and convenient way to provide feedback, in addition to emailing the project team, is to complete the online survey on Council's webpage. It's really quite accessible, quite easy to do. So I'd encourage councillors who have constituents who are interested in these projects to share that link around. There'll also be 5 more community information sessions with COVID-safe plans in place, and I encourage anyone interested to make their way to those sessions. This is part of a multifaceted approach to engaging with the community. Council will analyse all feedback to identify key themes and issues for further investigation. Feedback will inform the final designs for these bridges through the procurement and detailed design phases, including value add from the private sector, from industry. And we know that they have hundreds of ideas to improve and to innovate to help us to design the best possible bridges for this Green Bridges program. Invitations for expressions of interest for both projects is expected to be released this month. Completion of both bridges is expected, there's construction of both bridges is expected to commence in late 2021 with completion by late 2023, subject to consultation and approvals. In terms of the other three green bridges, the business case and concept design development for Toowong to West End and St Lucia to West End is underway, and there are ongoing investigations into a location for a fifth green bridge. We also received a petition, which I thank Councillor Cassidy for his support of, around the shared path and pedestrian bridge on Bungamba Street, Deagon, which we are installing the share the path signs on. I will just say on that fifth green bridge, it has been interesting to watch the councillors in this place, particularly the Labor councillors, bag out this project every single time it comes up, and to have a go at the Lord Mayor, at me, at the administration, at the council officers, but then they are the first ones with their hands out wanting a green bridge in their own area. We have had Councillor Cook at it, and now I see Councillor Johnson is at it, trying to get a green bridge for her area. So I just say, you know, the proof is in the pudding, really, councillors, isn't it? If this was such a terrible program, I'm sure you wouldn't all be scurrying to try and get it to land in your ward. So finally, I just want to mention the issue of masks and bus drivers. Look, we take our bus driver safety very seriously, and that's why we've been working very closely with TransLink to implement policies and procedures to keep them safe during this very difficult period. We know the bus drivers really are the face of council out in the community. That's why we've supported rear door boarding. That's why we support cashless ticketing. In terms of the debate that we've just seen attempted by Councillor Cook and Councillor Cassidy in terms of providing drivers with masks, that is no problem for us to do that. We will be happy to provide our drivers with masks if that is a direction from the Chief Health Officer. And I think we've all seen in the last week evolving guidance from the Chief Health Officer, Jeanette Young, on the use of masks. It does appear that there is an increasing level of guidance that is coming from her and the state government around using masks in a range of different contexts. And of course, we follow her advice on all matters. We aren't led by urgency motions from Labor councillors trying to make a political point on our bus drivers. We are led by the health advice by the Chief Health Officer, and if it is her guidance that bus drivers should be wearing face masks, we will do that. I was talking with a bus driver actually just this morning who said that a lot of the drivers are bringing their own masks at the moment and using them, but there's a whole bunch of other drivers who refuse to use them, who don't want to use masks because they feel that that front seat, which has been closed off, and the advent of rear door boarding means that they are pretty much no longer in close contact with any of the customers that use our buses. So like with any subset of the community, there will be mixed opinions in our own workforce as to the efficacy of masks and whether they should be used in a voluntary capacity. I'll just say that if the health advice changes and if we are instructed by TransLink, if we are instructed by TransLink, the authority in this matter, through the Chief Health Officer to use masks, we will do so. We will absolutely do so, because protection of our drivers has been absolutely at the forefront of our thinking during this very difficult time. I will leave it at that. Thanks, Chair.
I'll now put the resolution. All those in favour say aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. And all those against, please say no and raise your hand. The ayes have it. Councillors, the infrastructure report. Councillor McLaughlin.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the report of the Infrastructure Committee meeting held on Tuesday, the 25th of August 2020 be adopted.
Seconded.
Been moved by Councillor McLaughlin, seconded by Councillor Maddock, for the report of the Infrastructure Committee meeting dated Tuesday, the 25th of August 2020 be adopted. Is there any debate? Councillor McLaughlin.
Mr. Chair, before I get to the items before us, I'd just like to respond to a question that was asked of the Lord Mayor by Councillor Johnson during question time about an unfortunate accident involving a cyclist at the intersection of Kadumba Street and Fee Street in Yeronga on the 21st of July. The gentleman involved unfortunately passed away 3 days later. As the issue of road safety falls within my portfolio, I can provide the following information for the benefit of the chamber. As the Lord Mayor said, any death on our road network is regrettable, and I'm very sorry to hear that this cyclist passed away as a result of the accident at this intersection. Mr. Chair, making our roads safer is a clear priority of mine and this administration, and we hear of incidents like this. I can assure everybody listening that we take them very seriously. This intersection is controlled by give way signs. I understand that in this particular case, the cyclist collided with another cyclist, a member of their group, a cyclist in front of him, and fell off his bike and was unfortunately struck by a vehicle travelling through. But the recent event does appear to be an accident, but if there is any advice provided by police or through a coroner's report about work that they consider needs to be done at this intersection, we will, of course, consider that, Mr. Chair. I want to go to the committee report from last week.
Point of order, Johnson.
Yes, I'd like to move an urgency motion, and I'll hope there'll be a seconder. I'd like to move that standing orders are suspended to enable me to move an urgency motion calling on council to immediately install a stop sign and the build-outs that are currently listed for capital works at the intersection of Kadumba and Faze Street in Yeronga.
Seconded.
By Councillor Griffiths. Councillor Johnston, have you got that prepared? Are you able to produce that in writing to the?
I'm not. I'm just responding to Councillor McLaughlin.
Can I please ask you to put some effort into writing it, and when it's written, we'll distribute it and we'll accept your motion at that time. Councillor McLaughlin.
It doesn't have, like, it's an urgency motion. It doesn't have to be written. It's pretty straightforward. Calling for a stop sign and build-outs that are currently capital listed.
No, since we've moved to this system, we've enforced it in writing rule. Councillor McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Last Tuesday in committee, we had, and it was during Road Safety Week, we received a presentation on the Black Spot program for this financial year, which provides, in this current financial year, some $6.7 million via federal government funding. And we have received funding for that will allow for 4 projects in this financial year. The intent of this particular element of our overriding program is to target some of the more dangerous intersections to make them safer and to reduce the number of serious injuries that can occur on our road network. The upgrades vary in scale from smaller changes, such as reconfiguring turning lanes, to larger projects, such as installing roundabouts or traffic signals. This has been a very successful program in the past and will continue to do so. Examples that were given during the report went to the intersection at Wacol and St Lucia, where intersections at Wacol and St Lucia, where there have been numerous crashes. The intersection of Belmont saw 6 crashes. The intersection in Annerley had 16 crashes. But with the implementation of black spot programs, we do significantly reduce the number, fortunately, of serious accidents at these locations. Mr. Chair, there was also 2 petitions considered through the committee. A petition requesting a signalised pedestrian crossing at the pedestrian refuge on Pickering Street, Gaythorne, and a petition requesting traffic signs on McCullough Street and Troughton Road between Sunnybank, Robertson and Cooper's Plains for heavy vehicle drivers to reduce noise when braking. I'll leave debate at this point and come back if there's any further discussion.
Yep. Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Yes, I move so much as suspension of standing orders that enables me to move an urgency motion, and I've written it down and sent it to you.
Councillors, that urgency motion has now been distributed. I accept that the resolution's been moved by Councillor Johnston, seconded by Councillor Griffiths. Councillor Johnston, 3 minutes to urgency, please.
Yes, I'm calling for standing orders to be suspended on the basis of the advice that Councillor McLaughlin has provided today. This is an urgent motion because just 1 month ago in the community that I represent, a cyclist on the very busy River Loop died. It was a very disturbing incident. A lot of residents came out of their homes and it was quite distressing for everybody involved. This is an intersection where we have been asking council to take action going back several years, and that intersection is currently listed to have the very round corners squared up so that people can't just slip around that intersection without stopping. We've also, since this incident, made a request for a stop sign. There is a problem here with both vehicles and cyclists not obeying the give way sign and or stopping when they should at this intersection. It is disturbing to residents in Yeronga that somebody's life was lost, and the fact that Councillor McLaughlin is not going to do anything, I of course have been liaising with the local police who do confirm that rider error was involved in this case, but they've not recommended any changes to the road infrastructure because that is not their job. Their job is to investigate accidents, and here there is an issue of cyclists being at fault. Now, when car accidents happen at intersections, as we'll talk about in a little bit, this council bends over backwards to make changes when drivers make mistakes that lead to accidents. In this case, a mistake has led to a death, and I'm very concerned that council is not going to do anything. So in the absence of council's inaction, the things residents are asking me to do are to ensure that the intersection is squared up, and that would include build-outs or a redesign of the intersection, and to install a stop sign at this T intersection so that vehicles can come to a full stop before proceeding around the corner into Kadumba Street or vice versa. I just don't want to see somebody else die. I mean, a resident in my community died just over a year ago and council's done nothing. It's only a few years ago that someone died on Ipswich Road. And we're about to have a debate about an intersection where no one's died, but council won't do anything about an intersection where someone's died. I think there should be liaison with the cycling community, liaison with local residents, but council needs to take action where somebody loses their life unnecessarily, and simply saying we're not going to do anything is not good enough.
I'll now put the matter on the topic of urgency. All those who believe the matter is urgent, please say aye and raise your hand.
Oh, right.
Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry. Yep. And please lower your hands. And all those against, please say no and raise your hand.
No.
The noes have it.
Division.
Called by Councillor Johnston.
Seconded.
Councillor Griffiths, please ring the bells.
Thank you.
Councillors, all those in favour of urgency, please say aye, raise your hand and hold it there so that it may be counted.
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. And those against, please say no, raise your hand and hold it there so it may be counted.
No.
Thank you. Clerks, please read the result when you're ready.
Mr. Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 7 in favour and 15 against.
The noes have it. Back to the substantive matter. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Strunk.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I just want to speak on item A in regards to the Black Spot Program presentation. It was very interesting, and the council officer did a terrific job explaining how the Black Spot Program worked. And to the credit of the chair, made sure that all questions were answered, and followed up again today in committee with one that I put up for a follow-up. The reason I want to raise this issue of black spot is because there is an intersection here in my ward that was identified some years ago when Councillor Dick was the councillor for the Richlands ward, which is Orchardfield, Pine, and Azalea Street. Now, this was identified as a black spot, I believe, at the time by the federal government, and but nothing actually occurred for some little time. Although I believe back in Councillor Dick's day, there was some scoping work done and also a design plan that was undertaken. Forward to, but no substantive money was ever allocated for the upgrade of the intersection with traffic lights. Now, over the last 10 years, there has been huge increase in development, residential development, and it's all impacting on this intersection, or a great deal of it is. So I didn't really understand how the process worked here until it was explained. So what happened was it would have stayed on the list for maybe if it was put back on the list, if it wasn't funded back in Councillor Dick's day, and if it wasn't funded, it may go back on the list if it was a high priority for the following year. Well, nothing ever happened. Fast forward 2016, when I became a councillor, it was one of the campaign promises that I said that I would pursue with my residents, that this black spot I would try to get it addressed. And again, we went through scoping money one year, then we had some design money the next year, and the following year, when I asked the chair at the time, what's happened? Well, you just have to, you're on a list probably waiting for funding to come through. Well, I suppose that's true as well, but I think that was a bit disingenuous. That was never going to happen, because if it doesn't go on the list the following year, it probably is going not to be on any list until it gets discovered again. So I just want to put it on the record that I will be continuing, obviously, to pursue this intersection. For the chair, can you have a look at what's happened in the past with this intersection? Would appreciate that, because really the intersection is continuing to be a really bad one for a lot of accidents. Thank God no one's died yet, but there has been some horrific accidents in this intersection. So the local constabulary tells me, and they consider it to be a black spot themselves, probably the worst in the district. And I just hope that money will be found eventually to satisfy looking after this intersection, which continues to be a black spot. Thank you, Chair.
Further speakers? Councillor Johnston.
Yes, I rise to speak on item A, the Black Spot program. In particular, I am addressing my comments to the Ponsonby Street project that's being funded under this year's budget allocation for the program. The first thing I want to put on the record are the following things that Council has not done with respect to Ponsonby Street. There's been no consultation at all with the relevant local councillors prior to the decision being made to undertake this project. And that is myself and Councillor Griffiths. There's been no consultation undertaken with residents to discuss either the nature of the problem or solutions to the problem or the proposed project. There has been no origin and destination studies done to determine where all these turning vehicles are heading and why. There have been no options considered. And I've looked at the files. It is very clear that Council initially decided to do lights and did not consider any other options. And it is clear that E&C made a decision to support this black spot funding without discussing any of these issues with the local councillor, with the community, or without having undertaken proper detailed investigation, scoping and options analysis prior to deciding to apply for funding for these traffic lights. Now, all of that has led to a very problematic issue. Let me say, this is what council says the problem is. There are turning vehicles at both the intersection of Ponsonby Street and Junction Road from Ipswich Road, and those turning vehicles are becoming involved in accidents. So the council papers report 11 accidents over 5 years, and then apparently there's another 2, I think, since 2018, but I don't have any details on those. I'm going to address my comments here to Ponsonby Street, which is in my ward. As the local councillor, I find it appalling that council did not discuss this issue with me or the community that I represent. If they had, I'm sure our residents would have had a lot of other solutions that council could have considered, rather than making a determination behind closed doors and then forcing a solution on our community that is not supported. I've done some analysis of the accidents that are available in the council files. So this is the 11 accidents council refers to. Only 2 of the 11 accidents relate to vehicles turning from Ipswich Road into Ponsonby Street. One of those was in 2013, and a car didn't see the Ipswich Road traffic that was heading northbound, and there was an accident. One of them was in 2015. And that was a car turning from Ipswich Street into Ponsonby Street. So on the basis of 2 accidents over the past 7 years, that's it with respect to Ponsonby Street, 2 accidents over 7 years, council is deciding, without consultation, without doing options analysis, without any origin and destination studies, council has decided to block Ponsonby Street, to make it one way, and to restrict access to the street for residents without any consultation with them. As a result of council's decision, the residents will be losing access to Ipswich Road, so that is heading eastbound for them. They are losing numerous parking spaces, which are in such high demand in this little street. This little street is home to the Women's Legal Service. It is home to Huntington's Queensland, and it is home to about a dozen residents. It's a tiny little street. There are no turnaround facilities being provided in Ponsonby Street. So this tiny little street does not have a cul-de-sac being built. Residents' driveways, council has identified this in black and white repeatedly. Council has identified that driveways will be used for residents to turn around. That's if they, or they may reverse back up the street. We are going to create greater safety issues in terms of the design that council is putting in place here. Finally, council has not taken into account the impact of the additional traffic on the intersection of Ponsonby Street and Annerley Road. Annerley Road is extremely busy. It is a difficult intersection with sight lines, and I think residents' lives are going to be put at risk by being forced to go in and out of Annerley Road. It banks back in peak hour, and residents are going to get stuck in their street. So they're the problems. They are the problems. Council has an opportunity here to work with the residents to look at alternate options. And I know I've seen Councillor McLaughlin's article in the paper the other day about this, and he thinks there's been consultation. Well, I can tell you there hasn't been. Council officers came to tell me about the project and wouldn't even leave me a copy of the design of the intersection upgrade. So I was verbally told something, but not given any information on it. I was given the information when residents got a letter, and that's just a few weeks ago. Now, I'm going to read into the record a few comments from the residents in my area who are writing to the Lord Mayor, and I want to put on the record some of their concerns. Council has got this wrong, and we need to look at alternatives here. Firstly, Access in and out of the street is congested many times during the day, and this would be exacerbated by the installation of traffic lights. Ponsonby Street is narrow and already has many bottlenecks with limited parking that is available. Traffic lights would pose a risk to our staff, volunteers and clients when accessing and leaving our premises. We believe the issue would be resolved if there was signage to stop people from doing a sharp right-hand turn across Ipswich Road, and then the equivalent from Junction Terrace across 4 lanes and into Ponsonby Street. We believe the proposed lights will impede safe entry and exit from Ponsonby Street and negatively impact. Here's another one. We support the project's aim to improve safety for commuters and pedestrians in the area, though we are surprised by the lack of consultation on the project till now, and that simpler measures to improve safety have not been attempted prior to now, particularly based on the apparent long-standing nature of the safety concerns. And as I said, 2 accidents over 7 years in Ponsonby Street. None of this is being done for Ponsonby Street residents. Concerns. The key concern is the project will significantly increase traffic volumes and rat running along Ponsonby Street. I wholeheartedly agree. I believe that's what's going to happen as well. The street lies between 2 arterial roads, and it is already used by too many commuters as a thoroughfare between Ipswich Road and Annerley Road. We suspect that the incidents that have occurred at Ponsonby Street and Ipswich Road involve rat runners that are unfamiliar with the narrow nature of Ponsonby Street and have been attempting high-risk manoeuvres, such as turning right from Ponsonby Street into Ipswich, from Ponsonby into Ipswich Road. Now, this is really simple feedback that could have come through to council if they have consulted. They go on to list a range of other changes, and they also make suggestions. Place a left-only turn sign from Ponsonby Street into Ipswich Road, and left in and left out is one good option I think council should have considered but did not. Remove the right-hand turn option from Ipswich Road into Ponsonby Street. Could have been considered, clearly not. This would reduce rat running that occurs along Ponsonby Street. Remove the option to travel straight through Junction Terrace to Ponsonby Street and significantly reduce rat running that occurs. Place local traffic only signage at the Annerley Road end to mirror the one at the Ipswich Road end. So they're things that have been raised by that person. Here's another one. Firstly, my husband and I were extremely annoyed by the way this has been presented to the community. There's been no consultation with us to gauge our feelings towards this project, and there has never been any approach by council to ask our opinions or even discuss any of the possible options to alleviate and rectify the problems on Ipswich Road, which impact at the end of our very small side street. We've been living in this street for 40 years, and we've seen a huge traffic increase in rat runners. We are very worried about the detrimental impact of more traffic on our tiny, narrow street. Many years ago, the owner-occupiers of our community asked that Ipswich Road end of Ponsonby Street be totally blocked off so that it was only a cul-de-sac. This was denied. We would be very happy if this option was considered again. There is always more than one solution to a problem. It is a shame that council seems to forget that they are there to serve the people, not to be dictatorial over them. I cannot agree more wholeheartedly with the residents that have taken the time to provide their feedback to council.
Are there any further speakers? Councillor Mackay.
Thank you, Chair. I joined the debate to speak about the intersection upgrade in St Lucia in the Black Spot program. On the 28th of February this year, I attended a joint press conference with the Deputy Prime Minister, Michael McCormack, and the member for Ryan, Julian Simmons MP, to announce funding to fix the notorious black spot at the intersection of Sir Fred Chanel Drive and Coldridge Street in St Lucia. At the press conference, Julian Simmons outlined what he particularly likes about the Black Spot program, in that it is a collaboration between residents and the local and federal governments. He mentioned the crash data and the feedback from local residents being fed through to Brisbane City Council, which then nominated black spots for federal funding. And we've seen that system work because the Brisbane City Council and the federal governments have committed $1.4 million in funding to fix this black spot in St Lucia. Road upgrades aren't always about congestion busting. Indeed, this upgrade is a safety improvement. Together, these elements highlight the Schrinner administration's commitment to getting you home sooner and safer. I'm excited to know that work at St Lucia will begin in November. We're getting stuck in and we're getting on with it. The St Lucia project will see a dedicated left turn into Coldridge from Sir Fred Chanel for vehicles heading west, away from UQ, and a dedicated right turn lane on Sir Fred Chanel into Coldridge Street for vehicles heading towards UQ. Interestingly, Chair, the concept plans I've seen show this intersection upgrade will entirely fit within the existing footprint, meaning the intersection will not be any larger than it is now. This upgrade will increase safety for pedestrians, for cyclists, and for drivers. Of course, there's engineering and spec work to do, but work will begin and be completed within 6 months of commencement, and that's important for local jobs. You would know, Chair, that this St Lucia upgrade is one of 4 intersections around the city being upgraded. It's so refreshing to read that the RACQ supports this intersection upgrade. The head of their public policy, Dr. Rebecca Michaels, said that the club was pleased the Black Spot program upgrades would be delivered in conjunction with the federal government. To quote Dr. Michael, "We're pleased to see Brisbane City Council's commitment to improving these dangerous intersections, and we welcome the ongoing federal government funding commitment. There have been 49 crashes at these 4 intersections since 2013, and these upgrades will significantly reduce the risk of crashes in the future." That was a quote. And Dr. Michael said the Black Spot program of low-cost safety treatments at identified high crash intersections had been very effective at reducing crashes. I wholeheartedly endorse this intersection upgrade for the people of Brisbane generally and the people of St Lucia specifically. Thank you, Chair.
Further speakers? Councillor Griffiths.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also rise to speak on Ponsonby Street. Not so much Ponsonby Street, but the improvements on Ipswich Road and Junction Terrace as part of the Black Spot program. I just want to make a note that for me, this is a new part of my electorate. And so I have written to residents, approximately 250 residents, just advising them of this change, this work. This is going to be undertaken by council. I have received feedback similar to Councillor Johnston, but probably not as strong or as much impact as Councillor Johnston's residents in Ponsonby Street. But certainly my residents have asked, was there previous consultation done around this submission in terms of putting these lights in at this intersection? Were other options looked at? And were the impacts looked at in terms of what this will mean, say, for the residents in Junction Terrace? And for me, some of the issues that are coming out for the residents are how or will this involve extra traffic being diverted down Junction Terrace and then allowing it to make easier access onto the freeway? And what will the impact be for those residents in Junction Terrace who will have this easier turn? Obviously, there are pros and cons with this particular project, but I think something that Council, maybe Councillor McLaughlin, can take on board is that when these submissions are done for Black Spot programs, that they also do initial consultation and initial advice to councillors, advising them of the implications and how to deal with implications of these particular projects. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further speakers? I see no further speakers. Councillor McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Look, I'll round up on a few things there. Some sound suggestions from some councillors, Councillor Johnson aside, who one of 26 councillors can always guarantee she'll stand opposed to a sensible project, as has been suggested here. If Councillor Johnson believes that pedestrians running the gauntlet, particularly get to the Junction Terrace, Junction Terrace School, across Ipswich Road without signalised crossings is a good idea. Feel free to continue with that advocacy. But this is a project that's been looked at to improve safety and the installation of traffic lights is seen as the best solution
Point
here.
of order.
I'll always back.
Point of order.
Stop yelling, please.
What? You're not doing anything.
Councillor Johnston.
Thank you. Claim to be misrepresented.
Noted. Councillor McLaughlin.
I'll always back the judgment of a licensed engineer who's looked at Queensland roads, Brisbane roads for many, many years, as opposed to somebody who worked as a spin doctor for an engineering firm several years ago. Councillor Strunk, your suggestion about the intersection at Archerfield, Pine and Azalea Street, I understand that was looked at several years ago, but probably not, but I'll check the records under the Black Spot program. I understand that there would be land resumptions required for that work, which means it doesn't qualify for Black Spot funding. The purpose of Black Spot funding is to provide funding for projects that can be done within the existing road reserve without having to impact on neighbouring properties. In relation to the issues that were raised earlier by Councillor Johnson, I thought that was a typical verbal slur by Councillor Johnson on me and on council. Council will, of course, look very seriously at that intersection. If there are any issues that arise from the coroner's report and works that can be done as a consequence of that report, or from police suggestions that are consistent with the Manual of Uniform Traffic Control Devices, they will be implemented. But just because Councillor Johnson says this is what I want doesn't mean it happens. It has to go through a process, and the start of that process is to look at what's happening at that intersection and to provide solutions based on what's possible under state government rules governed by the Manual of Uniform Traffic Control Devices. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Johnson, you had a misrepresentation. Please limit your comments to the matter at hand.
Yes, Councillor McLaughlin claimed I made statements about not caring about children going to Junction Park School being able to safely cross the road. I spoke about the Black Spot program and the safety issues and the concerns of local residents about the Black Spot program project.
I'll now put the resolution. All those in favour, please say aye and raise your hands.
Aye. Aye.
Those against, please say no and raise your hand. The ayes have it. Councillors, the Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee report, please. Councillor Cunningham.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I move that the report of the Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee meeting held on Tuesday, the 25th of August 2020 be adopted.
Seconded.
Been moved by Councillor Cunningham, seconded by Councillor Davis, to the report of the Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee meeting dated Tuesday, the 25th of August 2020 be adopted. Is there any debate? Councillor Cunningham.
Mr. Chair, our presentation last week was on City Parkland services. City Parklands, as many councillors would know, is wholly owned by council and receives funding by agreement from the state government. City Parklands provides services under the terms of the Parklands Management Agreement and is responsible for the management of the parkland areas of South Bank Parklands, Roma Street Parkland and other locations and services as agreed. It was formed in 2013 after Council and the Queensland Government signed the Parklands Management Agreement. From the state perspective, Queensland Treasury is currently the lead agency. Prior to City Parklands being formed, South Bank Parklands and Roma Street Parkland were managed through a variety of state agencies. We also had a park naming and a petition in our committee last week. The park naming was the formal submission following the petition that went through Council last session to rename Scott Street Park in Norman Park, Rollo Park. This park is in honour of the memory of Brenton Glenn Rollo Rollison, who passed away in 2019. The original petition received over 1,500 signatures supporting the park naming. The petition in last week's committee was requesting that an on-site investigation be conducted to install a dog off-leash area in Waterfront Park at Newstead. Councillor McLaughlin will conduct further consultation with the community to ensure the proposal has some broader support, and I'll leave comments to the chamber.
Further speakers? Any further speakers at all? Councillor Cunningham? I'll now put the resolution. All those in favour, please say aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye.
Those against, please say no and raise your hand. The ayes have it. Councillors, the City Standards Community Health and Safety Committee, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the report of the City Standards Community Health and Safety Committee held on Tuesday, the 25th of August 2020 be adopted.
Seconded.
It's been moved by Councillor Marx, seconded by Councillor Toomey. The report of the City Standards Community Health and Safety Committee meeting dated Tuesday the 25th of August 2020 be adopted. Is there any debate? Councillor Marx.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to answer a couple of questions from committee this morning that I took on notice. One was the name of the contractor for the Good Neighbourhood Cleanup Scheme, and that's called Curbside Services Pty Limited. As we mentioned, there had been 20 applications that have been rejected due to ineligibility for this Good Neighbours Cleanup Scheme. And they have been included wanting to place unacceptable items out on the curbside like glass, dangerous goods, and residents being able-bodied. So there was, as we said in the committee this morning, if you meet the eligible criteria, then you will be offered the service. Those residents that were declined a service were offered alternatives to solutions to help them remove their items, like contacting local charities, giving them waste vouchers, etc., etc. So they weren't left without any help at all. Before going briefly onto the committee, I just want to briefly say thank you to Councillor Strunk. I noticed on his page that he has got the Terracing Lakes Parkland underway, and it's great to see that is well underway, and council officers have done a tremendous work out there, and I look forward to using that new seating when the Dragon Boat Festival restarts again. The other one he had on there was great work. Sorry?
Please continue, Councillor Marx.
Just ignore? Okay. The other one was at the terracing at Kev Hooper Park, and I noticed that we went out there and had that look at that you did mention you had some difficulties with all the different Indigenous communities using that space. So I'm quite glad you followed my advice and spoke to the leaders, logged the job, and you got it fixed, and the BCC officers have gone in and done the job, and I have to say it looks fabulous. Well done. So on the committee was mosquito management. We had the presentation there, which was great. And then we had three petitions, which I'm happy to leave to the chamber for debate.
Thank you, Councillor Marx. Further speakers? Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks, Chair. I just want to speak on item A, the presentation on mosquito management briefly. And I think this committee presentation, reading through the report, was intended to outline supposedly the great work this administration was doing in the world of mosquito control. Unfortunately, the work is not as good as the Lord Mayor or the Chair would make it seem. The Lord Mayor said that Council has had the biggest Mozzie Blitz in 15 years. 15 years, I think it was around 15 years ago that Labor was in administration here in City Hall. So it has been 15 years of underspend and underspray by this administration, by their very admission, Deputy Chair. By bragging about the biggest blitz in 15 years, this administration has admitted Labor were better at controlling mosquito populations, and they would be dead right. Under the LNP's watch, it seems mozzies have been given free rein to run amok across the city, transmitting dangerous diseases like Ross River fever. In fact, despite the so-called biggest blitz in 15 years, Ross River virus numbers are soaring. So far this year, Queensland Health has recorded more than 1,100 Ross River virus cases in Greater Brisbane. The average is for only 800 at this time of year. So this goes to show what a so-called record blitz is. It's all smoke and mirrors, and the mosquito problem is actually worse than normal under this administration. The LNP has let Brisbane's mosquito problem get out of hand by underspending repeatedly, Deputy Chair, on sprays and control programs over the years consistently. Now, this administration is trying to claw back some control over the mozzie problem and has apparently now done the biggest blitz since their party took over. Wow, what an achievement. In this presentation as well, we've seen that a lot of the staff and people who are carrying out the spraying aren't in-house, and they should be. Mosquito control is ongoing work. Well, you think it should be ongoing work, and probably not according to this administration, but it is ongoing work. And if there's mosquito spraying to be done and plenty of other pests to keep those workers busy throughout the year. And in my neck of the woods, Deputy Chair, it's certainly a year-round task with salt marsh mosquitoes hatching every time there's a high tide, and particularly high tide happens at least monthly. So why are we contracting out this work when we can employ our own team of pest controllers and again offer more people in Brisbane a good, stable job? We did have a great council mosquito spraying team, and we know this administration cleaned them out. This LNP administration's policy looking elsewhere for workers instead of creating jobs within is backwards, Deputy Chair, and ultimately cost ratepayers more by repeatedly going out to tender and engaging short-term contractors when this work should be carried out. We know that costs more in the long term, and we know the health impacts on that, an explosion of Ross River virus. And that is this administration's record when it comes to mosquito spraying.
Further speakers? Councillor Adderman.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I rise to speak briefly about item B, the petition for a footpath on Beelby Road, Kenmore Hills, between Adbank Street and Morningview Street. This particular part of the ward is well known to me. For the 29 years we've lived at Chapel Hill, my wife and I have walked this section of the road most mornings of every week. On one side of Beelby Road, the footpath is fine, but this petition calls on Council to address the other side of the road. It took the head petitioner, Dr. Kamal Puri, all of about 2 days after I was elected to lobby for some action. This was also around the time of the COVID-19 pandemic kicking in, and with families pretty much confined to their homes, a lot more people and pets were out than usual were out and about walking in the morning. It became almost impossible to properly socially distance, so people started crossing what can be a pretty busy suburban road to walk on the other side. This created a further problem with the number of motorists not observing the 60km/h speed limit, despite the fact that there's a SAM sign in place about 400 metres away. There is no easy quick fix, but I undertook to see what could be done, and I suggested to Dr. Puri that he should arrange a petition to give me something to work with, which he did. Mr. Chair, there are some challenges with this particular section of Beelby Road with trees, light poles and gradient issues. I've had council officers provide me with an estimate of how much it will cost to undertake this work, and it won't be cheap. I will most certainly list it for consideration in next year's council budget, and depending on how successful that is, I'm happy to consider allocating funds from a future suburban enhancement allocation to address it. Mr. Chair, on this subject, I want to acknowledge the Schrinner administration's significant commitment to the maintenance and creation of new footpaths in Brisbane. In this budget alone, $13 million. However, through you, I note that in the short time I've been in council, that some councillors opposite seem intent on playing politics with this issue. We are now in very challenging times economically, and the Lord Mayor is to be commended for providing each councillor with an additional $270,000 through a COVID-19 program this year, specifically to invest in suburban priority projects in our wards. I will be meeting with Council's Western Assets team on Thursday to finalise my CEF and COVID-funded projects for the Pullenvale ward, and the one certainty is that footpaths will feature prominently on my list. I challenge members opposite to give the same undertaking. Through you, Mr. Chair, the hypocrisy of Councillors Cassidy and Griffith on this subject is breathtaking. As the Lord Mayor so eloquently pointed out last week, on one hand, those opposite spruik and claim credit for the amounts of money council is spending on new footpaths in their wards, and then turn around and criticise this administration for not spending enough. Look no further than Councillor Cassidy's now famous worship at the feet of Sterling Hinchcliffe newsletter for evidence of that. We all have a total of $835,000 to spend on projects in our wards this year. Mr. Chair, it's time for councillors opposite to put up or shut up and stop biting the hand that feeds them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Adam. Further speakers? Councillor Cumming.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, in relation to petitions calling for new footpaths, residents are crying out for more attention on basic council services that this Lord Mayor is failing to deliver. It shouldn't have to get as far as a petition for the council to take notice and act on a dodgy and dangerous footpath. This is a bread and butter service that council supplies, but still this administration has to be dragged kicking and screaming to deliver it. Still only 20% of all Brisbane streets have a complete footpath. More than 6,200 streets don't have any concrete footpaths at all. More than 3,500 streets have footpaths that don't run the entire length of the street. There is around 2,000 kilometres of broken and dangerous footpaths still out there in desperate need of replacement and posting a serious and potential fatal risk to Brisbane residents. People are not only seriously injuring themselves on Brisbane footpaths, but are also dying. There was one incident where an elderly woman died after tripping over a piece of broken footpath in Sandgate. The next day, that footpath was ripped up and replaced. This Lord Mayor's idea of fixing footpaths is to repair it by pouring bitumen on the cracks or grinding down concrete when that's sticking out. That's a band-aid solution, and the bitumen often becomes a trip hazard itself. Instead of spruiking big inner city projects like the underfunded green bridges, this Lord Mayor needs to get the basics right for our suburbs. One death on Brisbane footpaths is one too many.
Thank you. Further speakers? Councillor Johnson, do I see your hand up? Thank you.
You do, Mr. Deputy Chairman. Thank you. I just rise to speak on item B briefly. Look, there is a problem with item B, as far as I'm concerned, which has not been resolved. So I'll just put on the record my concerns and then perhaps a few tips to Councillor Adderman about how to manage footpath issues as well at the end. But the City Standards Community Health and Safety Committee was set up and it covers a number of issues that were outlined at the council meeting where we were all sworn in back in April. And those issues include, for example, graffiti, grass cutting, managing roads and footpaths, cleansing activities, mosquitoes, waste management, SES issues, compliance and city standards, environmental health and safety hazards, and compliance with local laws and regulations. It's a statutory committee that's been set up for the purpose of dealing with those matters. It was not set up to deal with the reduction of speed limits. And my understanding, this petition has two aspects to it. One is the footpath, and the other is a request for the speed limit to be reduced from 60 kilometres an hour to 50. So last week when this matter came to council, I did raise my concerns with Councillor Marks, and she did get back to us with a response on Friday afternoon. That indicates that the matter went to City Legal for some advice. So let's be clear, I'm accepting City Legal's advice. But in this case, it's very clear to me that City Legal's advice has not been followed. And I'll just draw Council's attention to the response. The advice confirms that whilst no committee could exercise another committee's delegation, where there are multiple issues that cross this committee, the most impacted committee can consider and make a recommendation to council on all matters with input from the relevant areas. That goes on to say, provided that all relevant committees have been consulted as part of the petition response where there is crossover with another committee. Now, that's not happened. I rechecked and I have it on my other screen in front of me here today. There's no advice in the matter before us that this matter was considered by the Infrastructure Committee. And clearly this matter has come to us and doesn't meet the City Legal advice that's been provided. I understand that council has two issues here, but those issues should be separated off and go off to the relevant committees, or based on the legal advice that's provided to us, this committee, City Standards, can make the decision, but it's very clear that it should be done after all relevant committees have been consulted as part of the petition process where there is a crossover with another committee, and then there is no issue with the CLO determining where the petition should sit. So I don't know that there's been any consultation with the other committee. There's nothing in the report before us today that indicates that the Infrastructure Committee considered the matter. And maybe the Infrastructure Chairman has some idea, but the matter certainly hasn't come up through the infrastructure committee to council. So I guess I'm just concerned that this process is not a proper process. If we are discussing whether or not a road should be reduced from 60 to 50 kilometres an hour, the proper place for it is in the committee that deals with road issues, and that's where it should be handled. Now, just with respect to the footpath issue before us today, just a hot tip for Councillor Adam and Mr Deputy Chairman through you. It's generally not a good idea to tell residents to go and do a petition on something that you are responsible for delivering, and that is footpaths. And I note, you know, that you still...
Especially when you can't deliver it.
Yeah, a little bit of, yeah, I'll try and be very nice about this, but you are in the administration. It is your administration that sets the policy about how things are to be done. And footpath requests have to go through the local councillor to be delivered. And I know that Councillor Adam understands that process because he just spoke about it. So I would just say telling residents to go away and do a lot of work on a petition when the response that's going out to those residents is Councillor Adam is responsible for determining whether a footpath goes ahead, may, in hindsight, leave some of those residents who signed the petition that you encouraged them to do, leave them scratching their heads a smidge. So I would just say that when it comes to footpath, honestly, the best thing to do is do the consultation, put them on a list, and then build them when you can. And like I do, lobby the Lord Mayor for more money so we can spend it. I note also there's been a fair bit of sledging tonight from a few councillors about the balances in the trust accounts for the expenditure of Parks Trust Funds or CEF Bus Funds or whatever the LNP is calling them nowadays. I overspend mine. That's because we don't get any capital. And I did have a few dollars left this year, but that was because money came back in from projects that ran slightly under budget. So I note that there wasn't any discussion about the carryovers from the LNP councillors, and I'll put a question on notice so we can get the full list and we can get a good idea about which councillors are not spending their LNP on the LNP side, because I know there was a lot of talk about the ALP councillors and Councillor Shree, definitely not me because, you know, I know what I'm doing. But I note that the LNP councillors were left out, and I'd certainly, you know, think that there should be full and transparent disclosure. I think it was something like a $6 million carryover in the first budget review. And I note, I think it was Councillor Allen earlier today that he mentioned a few $100,000 in Wynnum Manly, Deegan, I think maybe, and the Gab Awards. But that doesn't add up to $6 million. So I suspect there's quite a few other councillors out there who have carried over a fair bit. And I think for the purpose of transparency, we'll get a full list, you know, through the questions on notice process. So I look forward to that when we come back in October. Thanks.
Further speakers?
Yes.
Sorry, Councillor Griffiths. Councillor Cook beat you. Councillor Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Look, I wasn't going to say anything on clause B, but I will now after that performance by Councillor Adaman. So I'm going to say something on clause B and clause C, which was the petition in my area. Wow, Councillor Adaman, talk about playing politics. That was quite an extraordinary speech from you on footpaths and talking about the alleged playing politics by the ALP in this
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Watch out.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Yeah, I would just ask that Councillor Cook address everything through the chair as they insist on us as well, please.
Thank you for the reminder, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Cook, please direct all comments through the chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Deputy Chair. This is the man who booted she who shall not be named, Councillor Kate Richards, from the Pullen Vale ward with the help of his LNP mates in this place. And talk about hypocrisy, Mr. Deputy
Absolutely.
Chair. Councillor Adaman is
He was in the wrong faction.
key LNP operatives.
Bring that knife out.
The dirty work of the LNP.
Point of order.
Councillor Hammond, your point of order.
This is Councillor Cook, who always brings up if there's any sort of bullying in this house, and she's doing exactly the same thing.
Thank you, Councillor Hammond. Councillor Cook, can I draw your comments back to the report?
Disgraceful.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Deputy Chair. I am directly addressing the points raised by Councillor Adaman.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Point of order, Deputy Mayor.
The two relevance, please. She can only speak. Councillor Cook can only speak to the report.
Yes, I've asked her to bring her comments back to the report. Thank you.
That's what she's doing.
Thank you,
Councillor.
Mr. Deputy Chair. And that speech by Councillor Adaman was the perfect example of his mandate in this place, which is for the residents of Pullenvale Ward at all. It's to do the dirty work of the LNP. His own council administration are the ones responsible for these footpaths, and in some roundabout magical way, he has now put that back on his residents when it's his administration that is responsible for these footpaths. It's just an extraordinary speech. And I think I absolutely agree with Councillor Johnston. Please do take those comments on board because although we all know why you're really here, let's be frank, your actual purpose is to represent the interests of your community on these issues, which somehow is getting lost in what you were attempting to do this evening. So, Mr. Deputy Chair, on clause C, which is my residents' petition about a footpath in my local area, I have now undertaken consultation with residents in that street on both sides about the opportunities for installation of a footpath. And I was meant to meet with council officers and also TMR yesterday, but unfortunately a couple of those staff members were unwell. But we are also going to meet to discuss the possible opportunities for a supervised crossing and how that could potentially link with a future path. So really happy to further explore this with the local residents, with TNO and TMR on those issues so that we can get an excellent outcome for the community and particularly for the students at St Peter and Paul's who would benefit from this footpath. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Cook.
Point of order, Mr. Deputy Chair.
Sorry, point of order, Councillor Johnson.
Yes, could I just ask that item B be taken seriatim for voting purposes, please?
Certainly, item B for seriatim. Therefore, are there any further speakers?
Yes.
Councillor Griffiths.
Yes. I too wasn't going to speak, Mr. Chairman, but I couldn't resist the opportunity in relation to footpaths. And given the fumbling by the councillor of Pullenvale, it's interesting to see how this issue has rolled out. I would just like to say that I noticed in his speech that he said he's meeting with council officers this week to sign off on his COVID money. I'd like to say that we've actually delivered the footpaths. So we've actually signed and delivered the footpaths in Maruka Ward by very competent, hard-working council officers.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
I don't think it works, love.
Point of order.
Point of order, Deputy Mayor. Yep.
Thank you. I know he loves the sound of his own voice, but the petition is the petition. It's not about Councillor Adaman or what Councillor Griffiths is doing. To relevance, please.
Always, councillors, please limit your comments to those relevant to the report in front of us, please.
And Mr. Chair, I don't mind doing that, but when the debate has verged so greatly by LNP members and by Labor members and independent councillors, then I think it needs to be respected for the whole debate.
I appreciate that. I was not present for the earlier parts of the debate, and I will just ask you to keep your comments relevant to the report at this time.
Well, I'm happy to keep it relevant to what was discussed, Mr. Chair. Otherwise, no, that's unfair, Mr. Chair. That is unfair, and it shows up in the debate.
That's not how the rules work. The rules are that you
no, you've got to hold the debate. If you allow the debate to range broadly, then you need to let it range broadly for everyone.
I've made my ruling. Please continue.
Oh, I'll talk as I like, but councillor,
No.
what was discussed...
Griffiths,
Point of order.
Councillors, no. Like all councillors...
Just wait, point of order. There's a point of order before you.
No, I'm still speaking, and point of orders can't happen while I'm speaking. You will follow the rules the same as all councillors will follow the rules.
But the rules are being applied unfairly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Would Councillor Griffiths take a question?
Absolutely.
No abuse of the question
Run
process.
interference for your Labor mates.
No questions.
He's talking bitter and twisted.
I'm sure he means Krista, not me. Now,
I do.
my question is...
Councillor Griffiths, please continue.
I've got a question.
No, I've refused. I've not provided Councillor Johnson the right to ask it. Councillor Griffiths, please.
What?
It's up to
Point of
Councillor
order.
Griffiths, not you.
Point of order, Chair.
Order, Councillor Shree.
Chair, I don't think you have the power to refuse a councillor the power to ask a question of another councillor. And I know this debate has been a bit all over the place, but the rules have been enforced very unevenly today.
Yes.
And I think it's important that if you are going to hold one councillor to a certain standard, you need to be consistent.
Hear, hear.
But your interpretation of the rules is not correct. I do have the power to refuse a question, and Councillor Griffiths will return to the substance of his presentation.
So, sorry, point of order, Mr. Chairman. Just to be clear, can you give us the rule that you're referring to, please?
41(11)(a). Councillor Griffiths.
This is absurd. In terms of talking about footpaths, I just think it's absurd the way Councillor Adderman addressed the issue, the way he isn't meeting the needs of his community. And it's disappointing that in his own argument, he actually said he hasn't even signed off on the footpaths yet. And I just know that we have in Maruka Ward actually delivered all the COVID money. I'll be writing to the Mayor asking for more money so that we can deliver more projects for local residents. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further speakers? Anyone at all? Councillor Marks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think there's been quite enough said on the subject. I'm happy to put the report.
I'll now put items, I think it's 3, isn't there? Oh, excuse me, 4, the items A, C and a D. All of those in favour of items A, C and D, please say aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
Thank you. And those against, please say no and raise your hand. The ayes have it. On item B, all those in favour, please say aye and raise your hand.
Aye. Aye.
Thank you. And all those against, please say no and raise your hand. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Johnston and Councillor Griffiths. Please ring the bells. Councillors, to item B, all those in favour, please say aye, raise your hand and hold it there so that it may be counted.
Aye.
Me?
Yeah.
And those against, please say no, raise your hand and hold it there so that it may be counted. Clerks, please read the result when you're ready.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. The ayes have it, the voting being 18 in favour and 7 abstentions.
The ayes have it. Councillors, the Community Arts and Nighttime Economy Committee, please. Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move that the report of the meeting of the Community Arts and Nighttime Economy Committee held on the 25th of August be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved by Councillor Howard, seconded by Councillor Landers, that the report of the Community Arts and Nighttime Economy Committee meeting dated Tuesday, the 25th of August 2020 be adopted. Is there any debate? Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We had a great presentation from the Manager of Customer Services on community engagement, and I would just like to place on the record our thanks to the Customer Services team for their passionate dedication to our city and our residents, and I'll leave debate to the chamber.
Further speakers? Anyone at all? Councillor Howard. I'll now put the resolution. All those in favour, please say aye and raise your hand.
Aye. Aye.
Against? No one raise your hand. The ayes have it. Councillors, the Finance Administration and Small Business Committee, please. Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the report of the Finance Administration and Small Business Committee meeting held on Tuesday, the 25th of August 2020 be adopted.
Seconded. It's been moved by Councillor Allen, seconded by Councillor Huang, that the report of the Finance Administration and Small Business Committee meeting dated Tuesday, the 25th of August 2020 be adopted. Is there any debate? Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At last week's committee meeting, we had a presentation on Brisbane's economic recovery plan. Members in this chamber will be familiar with that plan. The details of the plan and how it was developed is all outlined in the document that's available via the council website. So I'll leave further debate on that particular issue to the chamber. In addition to the presentation, we had a normal committee report, the financial reports, receivables, rates, payables, provisions and malls for the period ended June 2020, and I'll leave further debate to the chamber.
Further speakers? Councillor Strunk.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to speak on the presentation on the Economic Recovery Plan. The Economic Recovery Plan is a lovely brochure, but a lot of it is really fake news, as most of the projects trumpeted are not new. Out of all the projects mentioned in the recovery plan, only a handful are legitimate COVID response items. The Kingsford Smith Drive cost blowout of the Century project is not an economic recovery project. It has been going on for years, as is Metro, and both have cost ratepayers dearly. Also, if it wasn't for the Labor's continuous lobbying, the actual COVID recovery projects probably wouldn't even exist today. A key example of this is the Community Club Direct Assistance. Council's original economy response to clubs was a $5,000 off the water bill project, which only supported 150 sports clubs who have grassed ovals. There are 660 clubs with council leases. After weeks and months of fighting, the Lord Mayor finally took notice and offered an additional $3 million direct assistance program to clubs. That equates to about $4,500 per club. Less than $5,000 to a club is hardly a support package. But what is really sick about the support package, it's basically a rebranding and a redirection of sporting grants that have been cut from this year's budget. The following grants have been cut, and they are access to Inclusion Community Partnership Program, Building Stronger Community Grants, Community Development and Capacity Building Grants, Healthy and Physical Activity Grants, and our beloved MenShed grants. These funds originally available for these grants have been redirected into the Lord Mayor's Direct Assistance Fund. A very sneaky rebranding of previously existing grants and an opportunity to put the Lord Mayor's face in front of it all over again. Clubs need genuine support from council, not rebranding of grants that have already existed with the Lord Mayor's name on them as well. These clubs act as significant cultural and community pillars for Brisbane, and they should not be treated with this sort of importance or respect. If you total up the new funding of the genuine COVID-19 projects, it amounts to about 4% of the rates income for this financial year. Let me repeat that, 4% of the rates income for this financial year. Team Schrinner is shameless when you think of the massive financial commitment by the federal government and the Palaszczuk state government in real financial support for Queenslanders. This council should hang their head in shame for literally skating through the response of this devastating crisis. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further speakers? Further speakers? Councillor Allen.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. I can't let Councillor Strunk's comments go unresponded. Look, he's either hasn't read this document fully, or alternatively, he's been very selective and a little bit disingenuous. The document clearly has quite a significant range of new initiatives that aren't, as he suggested, repackaged initiatives. There is a lot in there that is brand new that we're currently working on, and that will indeed provide support for the city as we come through the COVID pandemic. Now, the point that he made about, federal and state commitment, certainly they have much bigger budgets than we have. They have responsibility in domains that we don't have. In the context of what council can and should do, we are doing that. We are remaining vigilant. We're conscious that the outlook is still extremely uncertain. And I think that to date, we have done what we should do, what we can reasonably do. And as circumstances dictate, we'll continue to adapt the plan. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
I'll now put the resolution. All those in favour, please say aye and raise your hand.
Aye. Aye.
And those against, please say no and raise your hand. The ayes have it. Councillors, are there any petitions? Councillor Cassidy.
Thank you, Chair. I have a paper petition which has been submitted in addition to an e-petition requesting council purchase land at 415 to 427 Beckett Road, Brisbane Downs, using the bushland acquisition levy.
Councillor Marx.
Thank you. I have a petition regarding skate park in Runcorn.
Councillor Cunningham.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I have a petition that council ban backyard fire pits in Brisbane.
Councillor Atwood.
Thank you, Chair. I have a petition requesting council commence the construction of the road between Wandle Road and Wynnum Road.
Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have two petitions. One is calling for a more encompassing start to Brisbane City Council meetings, and another one for Brisbane City Council to retain the opening meeting prayer.
Councillor Strunk.
Yes, Chair, I have two petitions. One e-petition 434 calling for the reinstatement of the 2019-20 curbside collection, and a paper petition for reinstating the curbside collection in the Forest Lake Ward as well.
Councillor Cook.
Thank you. I have a petition for traffic lights for the intersection of Malloy and Richmond Roads, Cannon Hill.
Councillor Murphy. Yep. Councillor Murphy.
Thanks, Chair. I have two petitions. One asking for better service on the 100 bus line, and then a second petition requesting dogs be allowed on all forms of public transport.
Are there any other petitions? May I please have a resolution to accept them?
Mr. Chair, I move that the petitions as presented be received and referred to the committee concerned for consideration and report.
Seconded.
Been moved by Councillor Landers, seconded by Councillor Griffiths, that all petitions as presented be received and referred to the committee concerned for consideration and report. All those in favour, please say aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
And those against, please say no and raise your hand. The ayes have it. Councillors, are there any matters of general business? Are there any statements of the Office of the Independent Assessor or Councillor Ethics Committee? No? Are there any matters of general business? Councillor Johnson.
Yes, just briefly, I'd like to rise to speak about the bush care groups in my area and the Habitat Brisbane program. I'm sorry. Look, I raised this in committee last week, and I did speak to it in council last week. But since then, I've also received a written advice that the bush care groups in my area would like to put on the record. And I'd like to read that into the record and make sure those comments are formally accepted. They've also been sent to the Asset Services South manager as well. And I certainly want those passed on to Julia Bloomhart, the officer. Here it goes. We, group leaders from several Habitat Brisbane groups from Brisbane South region, would like to express our appreciation for the excellent work the recently acting Habitat Brisbane officer Julia Bloomhart did in her 6 months in our region. The Habitat Brisbane program itself is first class, and the help we have received from Julia and program support officer Andrew Wallace during 2020 has been invaluable. While all Habitat Brisbane officers do a great job, we feel Julia was most impressive in delivering outcomes across the Oxley Creek catchment in a very short time. With her knowledge, initiative and enthusiastic approach, Julia has left Oxley Creek in a better condition than when she started. We were very sorry to lose her so soon. Similarly, we greatly appreciate having Andrew Wallace's contributions previously as Habitat officer and for several years now as support officer, providing reliable solutions and support, both physical and otherwise, always in a timely fashion. In both roles, Andrew's approachability, initiative and invaluable knowledge of council has facilitated many projects of benefit to our sites. We value having the continuity of Andrew's assistance. And that's signed by Rod Goldsworthy, Dorothy Watson, Noel Standfast, Trevor Armstrong, Mick Richardson, Ian Lees, Rob Hollingworth and Marie Hollingworth. And that represents the bush care groups that operate in Corinda. I just want to put on the record again that our bush carers do a wonderful job. I'm delighted that they had such a positive experience with Julia, and I'm very pleased that I've been able to put their words on the council record so that they are there, and I'm sure this feedback will find its way to her in coming days. Thank you.
Further speakers? Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to speak about some recent happenings in the McDowell ward. The McDowell ward, like many of wards, is home to some wonderful schools and active school communities, and amongst them is Aspley State School, who recently celebrated its 130th anniversary. The school was originally known as Little Cabbage Tree Creek School when it opened in 1890, and children living in the area at the time would attend school infrequently, and when they did, they'd have to travel to Zilmere or to Bald Hills to attend classes. But local residents were determined that as the district was growing, there should be a school nearer to home for the children to attend. Apparently at the time there was much conjecture about where a new school should be built, and it was only after quite a lengthy process that the then government finally accepted the corner of Maundrell Terrace and Horn Road as a suitable location, and the school remains situated on the original site and was renamed Aspley State School in 1897. Mr Chair, Aspley State School is a beautiful community in which children can learn and grow, and my 3 children enjoyed time as students at the school, and I recall celebrating the centenary anniversary when my eldest son attended preschool there. It really is a school with heart, and it is a genuine pleasure to wish the school a happy 130th birthday and with many more to come. Mr Chair, I'd like to take a moment to recognise a stalwart of our local Stafford Meals on Wheels, Mr Jack Poole. I've had the pleasure of knowing Jack for some time now. He's been volunteering with Meals on Wheels since 1998 and has served as the local committee president since 2002. Jack has been recognised on many occasions for his community work, including as a recipient of a Lord Mayor's Australia Day Award in the Senior Citizen category. His most recent acknowledgement is as a finalist for the 2020 Westfield Local Heroes Award. Jack is now in the top 6, and a public vote will determine the top 3 winners, who will each receive a $10,000 donation to their cause, which of course for Jack is Meals on Wheels. Mr Chair, Jack Poole is a reminder that you are only as old as you feel. He is in his late 80s, and the energy and passion he has for the community work has been felt far and wide in our local area over many years. Jack is part of a broader volunteer effort here, though, on the north side of Brisbane, and I'd like to take the opportunity to thank all of our volunteers who every day, without fanfare, add so much to the fabric and vibrancy of our suburbs. Mr Chair, local schools, organisations and community groups play a huge role in keeping people connected and involved in their local community. And I'm very happy to report that community groups throughout McDowell Ward have already applied for the Lord Mayor's COVID-19 Direct Assistance Program. Thanks to initiatives like this, community groups are able to access additional financial support to help them cover the cost of operating expenses. And I'm proud to be part of an administration which is doing their bit to support local organisations and keep our communities going during these challenging times. Thank you.
Further speakers? Councillor Strunk.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I would like to speak on a couple of items tonight. I just want to acknowledge Councillor Marx's comments in regards to the Kev Hooper Park. Yes, I had that on my list to talk to you about tonight, and just to let everyone know how joyous the Indigenous group that used that smoking circle in front of the terracing that had been deteriorating over a number of years, and yes, on her tour through my ward, pointed out how it probably needs to be looked after maybe a little bit better. And so we booked it, and it was done in a short period of time, which is really great to see. The local bush care group also uses the terracing in front of the smoking circle, and I'd just like to thank BCC officers for the excellent work in restoring that. And you could have probably have made it into a little bit more contemporary looking type of terracing, but actually keeping what was there and just renewing some of the timber seating and supports really just suits that space so well, right? And of course, but on the other, and then of course, the other terracing that's happening that was mentioned as well over at Forest Lake, which is very contemporary and should look $1 million when it's done in the next few weeks, I hope. But we'll just see how things progress. It's appropriate. That design and look of it is really appropriate for that space. So I just want to thank council officers who have been working, especially over at the Lake Stage. That program or that terracing started shortly after I became a councillor in the planning of the Parkland precinct, and that was one of the projects that the residents of Forest Lake Ward really wanted to see happen, because it was a very rocky hill and it wasn't very pleasant to sit on. So I'll move on. Now, I'd also, on the 24th of August, I thought I would mention this because one of probably the biggest legends in the Inala ward or in the Inala suburb is a Indigenous man called Len Waters. Now, Len Waters, who is the first Aborigine fighter pilot during World War II. And I got to know the Waters family when they commissioned a book, and it was launched in Len Waters Park, just off of Nala Avenue, about 18 months, 2 years ago. And honestly, reading that book is an amazing journey that this man from the back blocks of Queensland, right? And then his journey in regards to wanting to fly, firstly, and then of course wanting to be a fighter pilot. And if you ever want to read a book that's full of inspiration and just stick to this of how a man or woman for that matter goes through life having a goal and wanting to achieve it, and they will do anything to achieve it. And he did, and we were so lucky that he decided to settle his family after the war here in Inala and be part of this community. And I just want to pay tribute to him. And lastly, it's of course Father's Day this Sunday, and sadly my father passed away many years ago. But I just think it's I just hope that the isolation isn't too severe come this Sunday, and that the families will be able to come together for, I suppose, under 10 at a house to be able to celebrate Father's Day, because You know, I lost my father when I was 10 years of age, and I miss not having him through to my adulthood and being able to talk to him about his life growing up, his life during World War II, and then beyond. So I just wanted to acknowledge the fact that Father's Day is Sunday, and I'm sure all councillors know that, but I just wanted to acknowledge it. Thank you very much, Chair.
Further speakers?
That was nice.
Councillor Mackay.
Thanks, Chair. I rise to speak about the Atira student accommodation building in Toowong. On Good Friday this year, the Labor state government snuck out a deal they had done to kick students out of the Atira building and to move in residents from 5 other boarding houses. There was no community consultation. No one from the department called me or emailed me or sent me a message to let me, a local councillor, in on their secret. The first I heard of it and the first the community heard about it was a call from the local police station. What a terrible start. But I have some very good news. The Minister for Housing and Public Works has confirmed that the lease for public housing at 33 Glen Road in Toowong will not be renewed. This is a great outcome for every Toowong resident who has been campaigning for this to happen. The announcement about the lease not being renewed could not have been more welcome to the permanent residents who were so impacted by this social experiment. I've had several hundred pieces of correspondence with permanent Toowong residents about this issue. I've spoken to mothers who burst into tears and to retirees too afraid to leave their homes. The unannounced conversion of student accommodation into public housing was a shock to us all. More of a shock was the 400% increase in crime as a result of the change and there being no plan in place to manage the spike. Weapons offences, up. Drug offences, up. Stolen good offences, up. The Labor state government provided no more funding for local police, who were stretched. Our pleas for help fell on deaf ears and calls for a police beat in Toowong were dismissed. I note that Deb Frecklington has committed to a police beat. I congratulate the LNP candidate for Maywar, Lauren Day, for her non-stop work in this area. Her tireless advocacy for Toowong's permanent residents can be cited as some of the reason the lease is not going to be renewed. Compare that to the actions of the local Greens state MP who had the hide to write that crime had not increased and who did not
Hey, he's doing another rant
have the
about
lease
how
cancelled. But now common sense has prevailed and a more appropriate outcome will now be sought by the state government as they transition the current tenants to a new location. Hopefully this time they'll choose a location with appropriate medical support and, you know, maybe addiction support services. People power is crucial to the decision-making process, and it is examples like this which highlight the importance of community consultation when significant changes are imposed on an unsuspecting neighbourhood. I'm pleased that not long after Council wrote to the state making it clear that public housing was not supported, the Minister has confirmed the lease will not be renewed. Toowong, congratulations on achieving the outcome you were after. Thanks, Chair.
Further speakers? I see no hands. Good night, everybody. I declare the meeting closed.